The neutral zone had no name in any Imperial cartographic record. It existed only as a calculated absence, a gap in the galaxy's ownership grid that every civilized species had agreed, by treaty and by exhaustion, to leave empty. No flags, no sensor buoys, no jurisdiction. The summit station floated there like a held breath, a pressurized ring of corridors and conference chambers assembled in the dark between sovereign claims, belonging to everyone precisely because it belonged to no one. Its hull was a pale gray that caught no light particularly well. Its construction was functional to the point of suggestion, the bare minimum of enclosed space required to give beings with competing atmospheric requirements a shared room in which to disagree. High Ambassador Thorne had spent the better part of 20 years in rooms like this one. He was not a dramatic man. His colleagues at the diplomatic corps described him the same way every time they were asked, with slight variations in phrasing that all amounted to the same portrait. Methodical, patient, slow to trust and slower to speak, the kind of negotiator who treated silence as a tool with more applications than language. He had brokered ceasefire agreements between species who communicated through bioluminescent skin flares. He had spent 11 days in a pressure suit facilitating talks between two gas giant factions whose entire cultural framework rejected the concept of sitting down. He had once de-escalated a near war over mineral extraction rights, using nothing but a 14-paragraph technical amendment and the strategic deployment of a recess. He understood that diplomacy was, at its core, the management of ego in rooms with bad lighting. He understood, walking into the summit station's primary conference chamber that morning, that today was different. The Imperial delegation had arrived early. That was the first irregularity. Galactic protocol designated the neutral party as the last to enter. A procedural gesture of mutual good faith. Everyone already seated before the principal negotiators took their positions. The Empire had not merely arrived early. They had arranged themselves at the far end of the table with the deliberate weight-bearing stillness of a structure that had no intention of moving. Their lead delegate, a barrel-chested functionary in Imperial crimson with a rank insignia Thorne couldn't immediately place, watched Thorne cross the threshold without speaking, without rising, without performing any of the 7 standard acknowledging gestures that the summit's protocol handbook required at first contact. He just watched. The air recyclers hummed. The overhead lighting panels buzzed at a frequency just below the threshold of conscious notice. Thorne could hear his own footsteps on the composite floor. Thorne took his seat. His 2-person security detail, both career professionals, both people he had worked beside for years, positioned themselves at the chamber's side wall in accordance with the agreed perimeter. The room had been swept for ordnance 3 times in the preceding 24 hours. The corridor outside was under joint observation, monitored by sensors operated by 3 separate neutral parties. There were approximately 40 beings in the immediate station complex, most of them support and administrative staff, the vast majority of them non-human. The summit had been publicly announced. The itinerary had been transmitted on open diplomatic frequencies. Every box that the framework of interstellar diplomacy provided for had been checked. Thorne set his documentation tablet on the table and prepared to open with the standard cordiality exchange. The Imperial delegate stood up and left the room. The door had not fully closed behind him when the Praetorians came through the wall. They did not come through a door. The explosive breach charges detonated in near-perfect synchrony across 3 separate corridor panels simultaneously, and the resulting concussive wave arrived before the sound did, a pressure event that Thorne felt in his sternum before his ears registered the detonation. The composite panels sheared inward in identical patterns, clean geometric failures that had been pre-calculated, pre-engineered, the product of a detailed structural survey of this specific station conducted at some point before this morning's summit had formally begun. He was sideways across his chair when the first Praetorian came through the smoke, And the word he would later use in every debrief was not armored, not armed, not large, though they were all of those things. The word he used was rehearsed. They moved without any of the angular inefficiency of soldiers acquiring a new situation. There were no shouted commands, no challenge and response, no hesitation at the chamber threshold while they gathered data. They had the data. They had possessed it before they entered, which meant they had possessed it for some time before this moment. Thorne's security detail, professionals, good ones, managed a response that lasted approximately 3 seconds before it was over. The sound in those 3 seconds was not the sound of a battle. It was the sound of finality. Thorne was on his feet. He was not certain when that had happened. The Praetorian who reached him first was a head taller than the door he had come through, which was itself taller than standard human construction required. The gauntlet that closed around Thorne's collar had the precise functional economy of something designed for this purpose and no other. It did not squeeze. It did not threaten. It simply held with a mechanical certainty that communicated, more clearly than any vocalized demand, that the question of resistance had already been answered by people who were not Thorne. Thorne did not resist. He had been trained in the theory of hostage survival since his first posting, and the theory was consistent across every agency that had ever studied the subject. In the first 30 seconds of an abduction, resistance is biological noise, not tactical calculation. He was through the breach before he had processed the last 3 seconds well enough to have any calculations to make. The smoke was acrid and chemical. Breach charges had a particular smell, sharp and synthetic, the kind that coated the back of the throat. His ears were ringing from the concussion. The floor on the other side of the composite panel was a different material than the conference chamber floor, slightly textured, the kind of surface installed in maintenance corridors rather than diplomatic spaces, which told him that the breach point had been selected for its structural thinness rather than its proximity to any particular room. They had mapped this station. They had mapped it thoroughly. The extraction corridor had been pre-cleared. He understood that immediately from the absence of anyone in it. No staff, no other delegates, no sensor operators, no one. The emergency lighting had been disabled. The corridor was visible only by the helmet lamps of the Praetorians ahead of him and the ambient glow bleeding from a breach panel they hadn't fully sealed. Thorne cataloged everything anyway. The length of the corridor, the emergency stenciling on the wall panels, the class of the airlock seal at the far end, the make and configuration of the dropship visible through the viewport as they approached, a military transport of a class he didn't recognize, which meant a class that hadn't appeared in any briefing document he'd been given, which told him something about the duration of this operation's planning horizon. The registration markers on its hull corresponded to nothing in the civilian inventory. He filed all of this information carefully in the part of his mind that did not panic. The rest of him noted that his security detail was still back in the conference chamber. The dropship sealed behind him. The summit station grew smaller in the viewport as the craft pulled away, its engines running hot and direct. No evasive pattern, no stealth profile. Nothing that suggested any concern about interdiction. Because there was no interdiction, there was nothing out here. That was the entire point of the neutral zone. A gap in ownership meant a gap in response time, and a gap in response time, for a craft running at this velocity on this heading, might as well mean infinity. Thorne put his hands flat on his knees and breathed deliberately, and watched the station become a small thing in the dark. He thought about the standard cordiality exchange he had been preparing when the delegate walked out. He thought about the 11 days in the pressure suit and the 14-paragraph amendment. He thought about what it meant that they hadn't sent a ransom demand, that they had executed this extraction in the open in a monitored location without any attempt at deniability or misdirection. He thought about what you did when you were not starting a negotiation, when you were simply issuing a statement, when you wanted the statement witnessed, recorded, transmitted, when you needed the other party to understand, with the complete clarity that only a public act could provide, that you had done this and you were not embarrassed about having done it, and you did not expect consequences, because you did not believe consequences existed that applied to you. The raw security feed arrived in the Earth's Planetary Defense Council chamber 7 minutes and 40 seconds after the breach. It arrived automatically, routed through the summit station's passive transmission system, which had continued broadcasting undisturbed because the Imperial operation had been precise enough not to require cutting communications. Cutting communications attracted secondary attention, and they had calculated correctly that they did not need to prevent anyone from watching. They wanted people to watch. The watching was the point. The council chamber was built to manage crises. It had been designed with that specific purpose from the foundation up. A tiered amphitheater of terminals and briefing stations arranged around a central holographic display platform, rated for continuous operation under conditions of active planetary bombardment, connected to every branch of Earth's defense and intelligence architecture by fiber channels with sub-millisecond redundancy. When something went wrong anywhere in the human sphere of influence, the information arrived here first. 23 people watched the feed. They watched the breach charges detonate in near-perfect synchrony. They watched Thorne's security detail respond and fall. They watched Thorne himself, and those who knew him well could recognize him by his posture, even through the overhead camera angle, even in the smoke, being moved through the breach with the controlled efficiency of a package being relocated. They watched the dropship seal. They watched the feed from the external sensor array as the craft cleared the station's perimeter and accelerated away into the dark on a heading that terminated somewhere inside the Aethelgard system. No one shouted. This was perhaps the thing that would have surprised an outside observer most. Every person in the council chamber had been selected in part for the quality of their stillness under operational stress, and they exercised it now. There were no overturned chairs, no raised voices, no one reaching for a communications panel to issue a response before they understood what they were responding to. The silence was not shock. It was colder and more considered than shock. The silence of a room full of people rapidly processing a situation and arriving, one by one, at the same preliminary conclusion. Someone at the end of the lower tier had set down a stylus, and it had rolled to the edge of the desk surface. Nobody reached to stop it. The small sound it made falling to the floor was the loudest thing in the room. The Empire had not sent a ransom demand. No communication had accompanied the extraction. The Praetorian operation had been executed with the clean public confidence of a demonstration rather than a negotiation. A statement performed for an audience, calculated to land without requiring the sender to articulate the message. There was no message. The act was the message. The holographic display continued running the feed. The dropship's drive signature was a bright moving point against the dark. A woman in the third tier looked away from the display and toward the person 3 seats to her left. That person was the director, a title that described a function rather than a name, the convention in this room and in this entire chain. She met his eyes. She said, "They didn't send a ransom note, Director. They think we have nothing worth trading." The director did not look at the display. He had already seen everything the display had to show him. He was looking at the space slightly above and to the left of it, where people look when their attention has already moved past the immediate data and into the operational space beyond. He said, "Then we will take the one thing they cannot live without." The room was quiet for a moment in the way that rooms are quiet after something has been decided rather than before. Then the director turned to the communications station at his immediate right, and he did not reach for the command channels, and he did not reach for the defense network routing protocols, and he did not key the frequency that connected this room to the dreadnought yards in the inner system. He keyed a different frequency, a quieter one, the kind that did not appear in the first 40 pages of Earth's military organizational chart, or the second 40, or the 80 after that. The logistics division picked up on the second signal cycle. Outside the council chamber's reinforced viewports, the lights of Earth's orbital infrastructure were visible as a faint, scattered web against the dark. Dry docks and relay stations, and the distant running lights of freighters making their slow approaches along the commercial corridors, carrying fuel and raw material, and the unremarkable tonnage of a civilization that had learned, over centuries, to move incomprehensible quantities of matter across impossible distances. Most of those vessels were exactly what they appeared to be. A few of them, moored in the classified berths of an installation buried in an ice cloud 4 light hours from the sun, looked like industrial mining platforms. Brutalist, unpainted. Cyclopean intake manifolds where weapon batteries would have been on anything designed for war. They had been waiting in those berths for 16 months under a logistics manifest that described them as decommissioned terraforming equipment awaiting scheduled auction. They had not been decommissioned. The logistics division confirmed receipt of the protocol authorization in 4 words, the kind of 4 words that exist in the vocabulary of every bureaucracy that has ever tried to package catastrophic intent into the grammar of administrative procedure. The confirmation was professional. It was calm. It contained no inflection that would have distinguished it, to an outside listener, from a confirmation of a supply transfer or a docking schedule adjustment. The channel closed. The servers hummed. The keyboards clicked, deliberate and quiet, as hands began the work of translating a decision into coordinates and manifold configurations, and the particular kind of paperwork that preceded the theft of a sky. Ambassador Thorne was in the dark somewhere between neutral ground and the capital world of an empire that had just made the most expensive miscalculation in its history. It did not know that yet. It would. Chapter 2. Failed Negotiations. The transmission went out on every open diplomatic frequency simultaneously at 0600 hours, Earth Standard Time, precisely 72 hours after the dropship carrying Ambassador Thorne had cleared the neutral zone sensor perimeter. It was text only. No voice component, no visual feed, no accompanying data packet. Just characters on a carrier wave, transmitted in 17 languages in sequential rotation, repeating on a continuous loop at 4-minute intervals so that any receiving station, regardless of processing lag or orbital position, would catch it eventually. The message was 43 words in its primary language. Translated into the Imperial Standard tongue, it ran slightly longer due to the structural requirements of formal Aethelgardian syntax, but the content did not change and did not elaborate. There were no pleasantries. There was no preamble identifying the sender, though the transmission signature was unmistakably human. The carrier frequency was a registered diplomatic band, the kind of channel that had been used for routine interstellar correspondence for the better part of 2 centuries, the kind so mundane and bureaucratic that most Imperial signals officers would have flagged it for secondary review rather than immediate escalation. That was, in retrospect, the point. Return the ambassador unharmed to the designated neutral coordinates within 72 hours of this transmission, or face total environmental repossession of the Aethelgard primary system. This offer will not be repeated. No further communications will follow. No signature, no ultimatum number, no list of grievances or demands beyond the single condition, no threat of fleet mobilization, no coordinates of incoming warships, no inventory of weapons trained on Imperial holdings. Just the message, the deadline, and the silence that followed it. On the human side of the transmission, the silence was intentional. On the Imperial side, it was eventually replaced by laughter. The Imperial Palace on Aethelgard occupied the highest ground of the capital city by ancient precedent and deliberate engineering. A complex of interlocking towers and fortified halls built over centuries of expansion, each wing added by a successive emperor to commemorate a successive conquest, so that the whole structure had the organic, asymmetrical weight of a civilization that had never stopped winning long enough to plan. It was built from a pale stone quarried from the planet's northern mountain range, a material that caught the light of the local star and held it in a way that made the palace appear, at certain hours, to be generating its own illumination. From the capital's lower districts, on clear days, it dominated the skyline the way a geological formation dominated a landscape. Not as something built, but as something that had always been there, and would always be there. The war chamber sat at the complex's strategic heart, a broad, column-flanked hall with a holographic tactical table that occupied its center the way an altar occupied a temple. The table's display was currently running a live feed of the human transmission signal, a simple text overlay against the background glow of the Aethelgard system's orbital map, the 43 words hanging there in the cold light like something that needed to be examined before it could be safely dismissed. Emperor Malachor read it twice. He was not a man who required things explained to him. He had ruled the empire for 23 years and had expanded its territorial holdings by a factor that his court historians described, with the breathless accuracy of people who knew which direction their careers pointed, as unprecedented. He understood power in the way that people understand a language they were raised in, not as a system of rules but as a medium, the native element of his existence, the thing he breathed and moved through without needing to think about it. He had received ultimatums before. He had received them from species considerably more imposing than humanity, and those species had subsequently been absorbed into the imperial administrative framework, or removed from the relevant star maps entirely, depending on how the conversations had gone. He read the message a second time, and then he set it aside in the way that people set aside things they have already decided require no further attention. General Vasher was standing at his right, which was the customary position for the Empire's senior military commander during war chamber briefings. Vasher was the kind of general who had risen through decades of actual field command rather than political alignment, a distinction that mattered in the imperial military hierarchy and was noted in his bearing, the careful, economical way he held himself that suggested he was always calculating angles and exits and the weight of objects that could be thrown. He had read the transmission before the Emperor had. His expression had not changed when he read it, and it did not change now. "My Emperor," he said, with the measured cadence of a man delivering a briefing rather than an opinion, "our intelligence has confirmed no movement in the human dreadnought yards. Shipyard activity is within normal civilian parameters. The colony support fleets have not been recalled. There is no mobilization signature of any kind consistent with a conventional military response." Malachor waved a hand, not dismissively but with the precise, economical gesture of someone closing a door that had never needed to be opened. "Of course there is no mobilization. They have nothing to mobilize." He moved around the tactical table, his ornate armor catching the display light in patterns that the craftsman who had made it had specifically designed for this kind of room, this kind of moment. "My armada sits at the edge of their transmission range. What would they send against it? Mining barges?" There was a pause in the chamber, the kind of pause that exists not because anyone is thinking, but because everyone is waiting for the correct response to become available. Admiral Karras, commanding the Orbital Defense Fleet, supplied it. The transmission references environmental repossession. We have analysts attempting to classify the threat category. The term does not correspond to any known human military doctrine. "The term corresponds to debt collection," Malachor said. The certainty in his voice was not performed. It was the certainty of a man who had genuinely processed the available information and reached a conclusion. "They are framing an act of war as a financial transaction. This is what human diplomatic language does. It wraps cowardice in administrative vocabulary. They cannot engage my fleet, so they threaten me with an invoice." He stopped in front of the transmission overlay. The 43 words hung there in the tactical display, small and plain, surrounded by the geometric icons representing the most powerful armada in the known galaxy. They threaten us with repossession like debt collectors, General. Let the apes type their angry letters. Our armada remains undisturbed. Vasher inclined his head. His expression was still the expression of a man running calculations. The chamber filled with the laughter of admirals. It was the particular laughter of people who are laughing at something they are certain is ridiculous, which is a different kind of laughter than the kind that responds to genuine surprise. It had the quality of a shared confirmation rather than a shared discovery. Everyone in the room had already decided that the human transmission was absurd, and the Emperor's dismissal simply put a formal seal on a conclusion they had all independently reached before they arrived. Malachor let it run for a moment. He did not laugh himself. Laughter in the war chamber was something he allowed rather than participated in, a distinction that mattered to him. He watched the admirals and observed, with the practiced attention of a man who had governed for 23 years, that the laughter was genuine, not performed, not the careful social mimicry of subordinates reading a superior's cues. They genuinely found this funny. That told him something. It told him that the people responsible for the defense of the Empire's capital world did not consider this a threat. He agreed with them. He set that agreement aside in the part of his mind that held settled questions, and quieted the room with the same economical gesture he had used to close the question of fleet mobilization. Draft a response transmission, standard template, non-acknowledgement protocol, transmitted on the same frequency they used, at the same 4-minute interval, so they receive it on every cycle. He paused. Actually, don't draft a response. Silence is its own message. Let them count the hours. The chamber moved back into the efficient hum of military procedure. Tactical officers returned to their stations. Vasher remained at his position, watching the transmission overlay. The 43 words continued their slow rotation in the display light. The Empire had, in its history, been threatened by species that could shatter moons. It had absorbed polities with fleets 3 times the tonnage of the Imperial Armada. It had faced weapons that operated on physical principles the Imperial Science Corps still did not fully understand. In every case, the thing that had mattered, the thing that had determined the outcome before the first engagement was ever fought, was the willingness to commit overwhelming kinetic force and accept the consequences. Humanity had not demonstrated that willingness. Humanity had sent a text message. In the signals room, 2 floors below the war chamber, the automated relay continued broadcasting the human transmission outward on its 4-minute loop. The duty officer on shift had logged it under threat category undetermined pending analyst review, which was the classification assigned to transmissions that did not fit existing threat taxonomies. The language processing system had flagged the phrase environmental repossession as a compound term with no registered military analog, which was the kind of flag that generated a secondary review request and then waited in a queue behind everything else that generated secondary review requests, which was a considerable number of things. The duty officer had then gone back to his monitoring routine. The queue would work through itself. Transmissions from species with no active fleet mobilization were, in his professional experience, the kind of thing that resolved themselves without requiring significant attention. He had processed stranger things. He had once spent 4 hours documenting a transmission from a species whose entire ultimatum consisted of a single sustained tone at a frequency that caused mild nausea in Imperial crew members, and that had resolved itself within a week without any action on his part. He applied the same professional equanimity to the human message and moved on. He was not wrong, based on every precedent available to him. The analysts who received the classification request would not complete their review for another 18 hours. By that time, the question of what environmental repossession meant as a tactical doctrine would have become substantially more self-explanatory. But that was in the future, and the future in this particular window of hours belonged entirely to the Empire's certainty about what human threats were worth. In the outer system, at the very edge of Aethelgard's gravity well, the Imperial blockade fleet maintained its standard patrol pattern. Dreadnoughts moved in the slow, mathematically precise formations of ships that had never needed to move quickly, because nothing that had ever come for them had been fast enough to require it. The hull plating of the nearest dreadnought was warm from the capital star's light, polished imperial gold over reinforced alloy, the kind of surface that turned starlight into a statement. Their targeting systems ran passive sweeps on the transit corridors with the unhurried confidence of systems that had never had reason to switch to active tracking. Their crews rotated through watch cycles on schedules built around the assumption of routine, eating in the mess halls and sleeping in their assigned berths, and performing the maintenance tasks that kept a warship functional without ever thinking of those tasks as anything other than maintenance. Their commanding admiral had read the human transmission and filed it under the same category as the duty officer's log, undetermined, pending review. He had then returned to his afternoon meal. Nobody was looking inward. The signal that might have told them to look arrived 6 hours after the transmission loop began, carried on a logistics frequency from an ice cloud installation 4 light hours from the human sun, addressed to a classified manifest number that didn't appear in any publicly accessible shipping registry. It was brief. It was formatted like a supply acknowledgement. It contained coordinates, a timing sequence, and a designation string that translated roughly as atmospheric harvesting configuration, active. It was not routed through the Imperial Signals network. It was not addressed to the blockade fleet. It was addressed to ships that looked, on any passive scan, like massive industrial platforms. Brutalist, unpainted, so thoroughly unremarkable that the Imperial intelligence apparatus had catalogued them as commercial mining equipment 18 months ago and had not reviewed that classification since. Those ships were no longer where the catalog said they were. They were already moving. The blockade fleet's passive sensors would not register the movement for another 11 hours, when the platforms crossed the outer boundary of the Aethelgard system's sensor grid. By then, the classification would remain unchanged, commercial freight, probable mining configuration, because nothing about the platform's approach vector suggested aggression. They were not accelerating toward the blockade fleet. They were not charging weapons because they did not have weapons. They were not transmitting on military frequencies or performing any of the behaviors that Imperial targeting algorithms were trained to identify as threatening. They were simply moving into position above the capital world in the slow, methodical way that very large industrial machines move when they have nowhere particular to be in a hurry and every reason to arrive precisely where they are going. The Emperor, in his war chamber, was reviewing expansion proposals for a sector 200 light-years from Aethelgard. The 43-word transmission had been archived in the undetermined category and would remain there until an analyst found time for secondary review. The laughter of admirals had faded back into the efficient sounds of a military apparatus that had no active crisis to manage. Outside, past the polished stone of the palace towers and the layered atmospheric glow of the capital city, and the familiar weight of a sky that had been there since before the first stone of the first imperial wall was laid, the air pressure at the outermost edge of Aethelgard's atmosphere had begun to change. Not by much. Not yet. Not in any way that any instrument in the Imperial sensor network was currently calibrated to notice. But change, once it begins, does not ask permission to continue. The humans understood this. They had built their entire approach around it. At a certain point, the pressure differential becomes self-sustaining, and at that point, it does not matter how many dreadnoughts are orbiting the planet, or how many generals are laughing in the war chamber, or how many times the Emperor waves his hand to close a question. He has decided requires no further attention. Physics does not receive the transmission. Physics does not care what the ultimatum is worth. Physics simply continues. Chapter 3, The Physics of Theft. The installation had no name on any published registry. Its coordinates placed it inside the Oort Cloud's outer boundary, in the statistical dead zone where the solar wind dropped to negligible, and the density of objects per cubic astronomical unit fell low enough that standard survey sweeps passed through without registering anything worth cataloging. The installation existed in that gap deliberately. It had been built there over a period of 14 months by a construction team operating under a logistics manifest that described the project as a deep space fuel depot for long-haul mining contracts. A description accurate enough in its broad outline that anyone performing a cursory review would have filed it without comment, and specific enough in its operational details to redirect any further questions toward a subsidiary company 3 jurisdictional layers removed from anything that had a direct line to Earth's Planetary Defense Council. The construction team had been very good. The logistics team had been better. Reyes had reviewed the installation's full technical package 4 times before she arrived. She had studied the schematics, the equipment manifests, the calibration logs, the 14 individual vessel specifications. She understood on a technical level what the Aeros-Class vessels were and what they had been modified to do. Strike Commander Reyes had seen the installation's exterior dozens of times on briefing displays. Walking its primary docking corridor in person was a different register of information entirely. The corridor was cold, not uncomfortably cold, regulated, precise, the kind of temperature maintained for equipment rather than for the comfort of the humans moving through it. The lighting was functional and bluish-white, the kind that flattened shadows and revealed surface detail and had no particular interest in atmosphere. The floor grating was industrial diamond plate, the kind used in heavy fabrication environments where spills were expected and appearance was irrelevant. There were no windows in the corridor. The only visual evidence that the installation existed in space at all was the occasional vibration that moved through the floor. Faint, low frequency, the resonance of structural members responding to the thermal differential between the installation's heated interior and the near-absolute zero dark outside. What was docked along both sides of the corridor was not what warships looked like. Reyes had spent 12 years in the Human Naval Auxiliary before her transfer to the Logistics Division, and she understood warships the way she understood her own hands, intuitively, by use and familiarity. Warships were built with intention visible in their lines. The geometry of a weapons platform communicated its purpose before you read a single specification. The forward mass that implied heavy armament, the angular deflection surfaces that implied incoming fire, the clustered engine nacelles that implied the need to move quickly in multiple directions. Warships looked like what they were because what they were required them to. The Aeros-Class vessels did not look like anything she had a ready name for. They were massive. That registered first, before shape or configuration, a scale that the corridor's dimensions compressed and distorted, so that the full extent of each vessel was visible only in sections, the docking clamps holding them at intervals along a structure that extended further in both directions than the corridor's lighting fully reached. Their hulls were unpainted, raw fabrication alloy in the gray-brown of industrial metal that had never been finished for aesthetics. The intake manifolds dominated their forward sections the way a turbine's intake dominated a turbine, not as a feature, but as the functional core around which everything else had been arranged. Cyclopean was the word that arrived in her mind and stayed. Each manifold aperture was large enough to dock a medium-class freighter. The structural bracing around each one had the over-engineered heaviness of components built to contain forces that the designers had not fully trusted their calculations on. There were no weapon batteries. There were no targeting arrays, no point defense clusters, no missile launch infrastructure, no kinetic accelerator rails. The pylons where weapons would have been mounted on any other vessel of this tonnage were occupied by the tethering architecture for the orbital containment spheres. Massive pressurized globes currently collapsed into their transport configuration and folded against each vessel's flanks like the closed petals of something waiting for a reason to open. The project lead met her at the midpoint of the corridor. His name was Dr. Avram, and he had the slightly unfocused quality of someone who spent most of his working hours inside a problem too large to see all of. He was wearing a thermal layer under his lab coat. The corridor's equipment-regulated temperature was not his preference, evidently, though he'd clearly stopped noticing it enough to complain. He shook her hand with the efficiency of a person who had been reminded to do that. "Commander, welcome to the Harvest Fleet." He caught something in her expression and added, with the reflexive accuracy of a scientist used to being misread, "That's the internal designation, from the original terraforming program. We haven't formally renamed them. Are they ready?" The primary manifolds on all 14 vessels are fully calibrated. The containment sphere deployment mechanisms have been tested to rated capacity. The subspatial resonance targeting has been adjusted for nitrogen-oxygen molecular weight. That took longer than we projected. The original calibration was optimized for methane and sulfur dioxide. He paused. "They're ready." Reyes walked with him past the nearest vessel's intake manifold. Up close, the scale ceased to be abstract. The manifold's interior was dark, a darkness that had depth to it, the way the dark inside a very long tunnel has depth, the way you can sense distance even without light to measure it by. The structural bracing around its rim was warm to the touch, residual heat from the calibration runs. She could hear, at the edge of her perception, a very low sound. Not mechanical, not electrical. More like the sustained resonance of an object under tension. Something under pressure, holding. "Show me the demonstration," she said. The gas giant had no designation beyond a catalog number. It occupied a distant orbit in an unremarkable system, 3 FTL jumps from the installation, chosen for 2 reasons. The specific characteristics of its upper atmosphere, a high-altitude layer of nitrogen and oxygen analogs rich enough in molecular weight to serve as a meaningful test medium, and the fact that it was unobserved. No inhabited systems within sensor range, no survey traffic. No reason for anyone to be watching a gas giant that had no name and no recorded history of interest. What happened to it here, in this unremarkable orbit, in this empty system, would not be recorded in anything that anyone would ever read. No species had ever visited it with any intent beyond the present one. The demonstration vessel was the smallest of the 14. A vessel that was, by the standards of the Harvest Fleet, merely enormous rather than incomprehensible. It dropped out of FTL at the edge of the gas giant's gravity well and immediately began its approach without any of the orbital insertion maneuvers that a conventional vessel would require, because the subspatial manifolds did not need a stable orbit to function. They needed proximity and a clear line to the target medium. The vessel moved in a direct, unhurried descent toward the upper atmospheric layer, which was currently expressing itself as a banded sweep of deep amber and pale gray, the colors of chemistry at scale. Reyes watched from the observation platform of the installation's tactical relay, the demonstration feed running on a display surface large enough that the gas giant filled it from edge to edge. The temperature in the observation room had dropped 2 degrees when the manifolds came online. A thermal artifact of the resonance field Dr. Avram had mentioned, nothing operationally significant. The activation was not what she had expected. She had expected something visible, a beam, a field projection, some external manifestation of the force being applied. What she saw instead was the atmosphere of the gas giant beginning to move in a way that atmospheric systems do not move. The banded patterns disrupted at a single point in the high-altitude layer, and then the disruption expanded, not explosively, but with the accelerating certainty of something that had found a path and was following it. The amber and gray bands elongated upward toward the vessel. The elongation became a column. The column became a visible, coherent stream of compressed matter moving at a velocity that no weather system on any planet had ever generated, because weather systems on planets operated within the constraints of the planet's own physics, and this did not. A Category 5 hyperstorm was being peeled off a gas giant in real time. It took 4 minutes and 11 seconds. At the end of those 4 minutes and 11 seconds, the containment sphere attached to the demonstration vessel had shifted from its transport configuration to its active state, and it was glowing. Not brightly. Not yet. a faint cold luminescence at the translucent sections of the sphere wall, the visible signature of the cryogenic compression system, reducing the captured atmosphere to a supercooled liquid state. The color was a pale, freezing blue, like light seen through very deep ice. The atmospheric disturbance on the gas giant's surface was visible even after the extraction had ceased. A gap in the banding, a wound in the weather. Reyes was quiet for a moment. The temperature in the observation room had dropped another degree. The display surface showed the gas giant in its damaged state, the gap in the banding visible as a clean excision, symmetrical at its edges, the kind of shape that only deliberate force produced. Natural disruption was ragged. This was not ragged. She thought about the capital world of the Aethelgard system. She thought about its atmospheric mass. The precise figures were in her briefing, calculated by the Logistics Division's atmospheric modeling team from decades of Imperial survey data that had been publicly available because no one had ever imagined it mattered for anything other than terraforming research. She thought about the 14 vessels behind her in the installation's docking corridor. She ran the numbers in a way that was not comfortable. Dr. Avram waited with the patience of a scientist who understood that some results needed processing time. "The exponential curve," Reyes said finally. "Walk me through it." As the atmospheric pressure drops, the resistance the manifolds work against decreases. Less resistance means higher extraction rate. The rate feeds back into itself. The faster we pull, the faster we can pull. Past a certain threshold, the process becomes self-sustaining. The manifolds aren't working against the planet's gravity anymore. They're working with the pressure differential they've already created. He paused. On a terrestrial world with a stable biosphere, once we pass that threshold, we cannot slow the extraction without reversing the manifolds entirely. The process does not plateau. Reyes looked at the pale blue glow of the containment sphere on the display. She thought about 14 of those vessels. She thought about the orbital containment spheres and their transport configuration along their flanks. Not one sphere, but many. Enough storage capacity for an atmosphere that had been accumulating over geological time. She thought about the gap in the gas giant's banding, still visible. A thing that had been there for billions of years and was now simply absent. "We aren't going to crack their crust or glass their cities, Commander," Dr. Avram said, with the quiet precision of a man who had spent a long time with this thought and had arrived at this particular phrasing after discarding others. "We are simply going to bottle their sky." The observation room was cold and silent. The containment sphere on the display continued its pale, freezing luminescence, holding compressed what had been, 12 minutes ago, a storm. The equipment had not been designed for this. It had been designed to warm dead worlds, to seed frozen exoplanets with harvested atmospheric matter from gas giants that would never miss it, to make places that could not support life into places that could. The engineers who built the Aeros-Class specifications had been motivated by the slow generational project of expanding the livable universe. The intention had been creation. The manifolds had been calibrated for the molecular weight of atmospheric gases because that was what terraforming required. Someone had looked at that intention, and at the manifold specifications, and at the molecular weight calibration parameters, and had understood that the same process that gave atmosphere to a dead world could take atmosphere from a living one. The physics did not distinguish between the two applications. The physics was entirely indifferent to intent. The terraforming engineers who had originally designed the Aeros-Class had wanted to build worlds. They had built something else instead, and they would never know it, because their work had been classified 14 months ago, and they had been quietly transferred to other projects that did not require clearance to discuss at dinner. Reyes stood at the observation platform for another 3 minutes after Dr. Avram finished speaking. The display still showed the gas giant. The containment sphere still glowed its pale, freezing blue. The gap in the banding was not healing. Atmospheric systems at that scale took time to equilibrate. and a gap created in 4 minutes and 11 seconds would take considerably longer than 4 minutes and 11 seconds to close. The wound in the weather would be there for days. She had approved 47 logistics operations in her career. Most of them had involved moving fuel, raw material, equipment, or personnel. The authorization she signed the next morning was, on paper, a freight staging order. The routing code was 774, used for commercial freight staging, which was what the Harvest Fleet's manifest still said it was. 14 vessels began their transit toward the Aethelgard system on a course that would bring them to the outer edge of the Imperial sensor grid in approximately 70 hours. They were not traveling at maximum speed. There was no reason to hurry. The Emperor's 72-hour deadline had already expired, unremarked and unanswered, and what happened next did not depend on urgency. It depended on position. And position, for 14 vessels carrying enough containment capacity to hold a civilization's right to breathe, was simply a matter of physics and patience. They had both. Behind them, in the installation's docking corridor, the remaining 13 vessels sat in their clamps in the cold and functional light. Their containment spheres were folded against their flanks. Their manifolds were dark and quiet and waiting. They looked to any passive scan that might have swept through the Oort Cloud in the next 70 hours. Exactly like what the manifest said they were. They looked like nothing worth watching. That was the last advantage the Empire would ever have over them, and the Empire didn't know it existed. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The Imperial blockade fleet had been in position for 19 days. This was not unusual. Blockade duty was, by the standards of active military service, the closest thing the Imperial Navy offered to administrative work. A long, patient exercise in presence over action, the fleet arranged in its patrol formations less because anything needed to be stopped and more because the formations themselves were the message. The message was, "We are here, we are watching, and the space you would need to cross to reach the capital world is space that we occupy." The message had been sufficient, for the entirety of the Empire's history, to discourage the kind of traffic it was designed to discourage. The Empire had built its security on the credible promise of what happened to things that tried to move through spaces the Empire occupied. That promise had not failed yet. It had not needed to. Admiral Dren had run blockades before. He understood them as systems rather than events. The watch rotation, the sensor sweep intervals, the maintenance cycles that kept a fleet of this tonnage operational over weeks and months of stationary duty, without the slow degradation that boredom and mechanical wear combined to produce. He was good at blockades. He had run the Kelvar corridor interdiction for 11 months without losing a single contact. He ran a tight one here. His crews were alert, his sensor nets were current, and his targeting solutions were refreshed on a 4-hour cycle, so that any vessel dropping out of FTL in the transit corridors would find itself already locked before its drives had finished cooling. The command deck of his flagship smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and the particular chemical scent of targeting system coolant running at operational temperature. Smells he had stopped consciously noticing years ago because they were the baseline smell of his professional life. He stood at the center display and watched his patrol formations cycle through their rotations with the satisfaction of a man whose system was working exactly as it was supposed to. He was, in every professional sense, prepared for what was coming. He was prepared for entirely the wrong thing. The human fleet emerged from FTL at the extreme edge of the Aethelgard system, a distance so far from the blockade's defensive perimeter that Dren's sensor operators flagged it as a possible navigation error before they flagged it as a contact. The emergence signatures were clean and simultaneous, 14 vessels dropping out of transit at the same moment, which implied coordination but not haste. FTL emergence at that range implied either a drive miscalculation or a deliberate choice to drop out well short of engagement distance. And the second interpretation invited the question of why a fleet would choose to arrive that far out. when standard assault doctrine called for a much tighter emergence point to minimize the window in which a defender could respond. Dren had seen cautious commanders before. Some of them chose conservative emergence points to assess the defensive picture before committing to an approach vector. He refreshed his targeting solutions and watched the human contacts and waited for them to begin their approach. What Dren's sensors showed him next did not correspond to any doctrine he had been trained in. The human vessels did not accelerate toward the blockade. They did not form up into assault formations. They did not begin the series of approach maneuvers that preceded conventional engagement, the spread that forced a defender to divide targeting, the flanking vectors that applied pressure at multiple points, the feint and commit sequences that were the grammar of every naval engagement in the known galaxy's military history. They held their position at the system's edge for approximately 90 seconds, and in those 90 seconds, his sensor operators began to notice things that were difficult to classify. Admiral. The officer's voice had the specific quality of someone delivering information they had checked twice because they didn't trust it the first time. I'm reading an energy grid synchronization across all human vessels, not weapons charging. The signature is wrong for any weapon class in our database. It reads closer to a power distribution event, like they're linking their reactors. Why would they link their reactors at this range? Nobody in the command center answered because nobody had an answer. Linking reactors at combat range implied a shared power demand, weapon systems usually, or a coordinated shield configuration, or in the case of some larger vessels, a particularly aggressive sensor sweep. But those signatures had known profiles. The system was reading something that matched none of them. It matched, most closely, the power distribution event of a heavy industrial facility shifting from standby to active operation. The kind of reading that would have made complete sense in a shipyard or a mining complex. The kind that made no sense here, at the edge of a contested system, with a blockade fleet between the human vessels and their objective. The question hung there for the 2 seconds it took for the human fleet to execute the micro-jump. Dren had been in 3 fleet engagements. He had watched FTL emerge from close range. He understood, theoretically, that a short-range micro-jump, a jump measured in light seconds rather than light years, the kind of transit that required a computational precision that most naval architects called impractical for military applications, was physically possible. He had never seen one executed by a fleet of 14 vessels in simultaneous synchrony, and he was not fully prepared for the experience of watching 14 contacts vanish from his sensor display and reappear in the same moment, at positions that were not on the other side of his blockade, but above it, above the planet, low orbit, equidistant positions arranged in a geometric pattern above the capital world's atmosphere that had no tactical analog in his training because its tactical purpose was not anything his training had covered. "Targeting solutions," he said, with the focused calm of a commander who had decided that composure was the only thing he could contribute in the next 30 seconds. "Sir, they're not charging weapons. There are no weapons charging on any of the human vessels. Our targeting algorithms require an energy signature or a kinetic launch event to—" The operator stopped. Then, "Sir, their systems don't read as hostile. The algorithms can't lock." Dren stared at the display. 14 contact icons sat in low orbit above Aethelgard, arranged with the geometric precision of something that had been placed rather than arrived. The blockade fleet was between the system's edge and the planet. The human fleet had not gone through the blockade. It had stepped over it. He had 947 crew members across his flag group. He had dreadnoughts with railgun batteries capable of turning a light cruiser into vapor at combat range. He had point defense systems that could track and intercept incoming ordnance at velocities that made conventional interception mathematically implausible. He had the most powerful conventional naval force in this region of the galaxy, arranged in defensible formations, with every sensor and targeting system running at full operational capacity. None of it was between the human fleet and the capital world. All of it was in the wrong place, and the humans had known it would be in the wrong place before they arrived, which meant they had not come here to fight the blockade. They had come here to do something else entirely, and they were already doing it, and the blockade fleet was irrelevant to whatever it was. The blockade, 19 days of patrol rotations and targeting refreshes and tight professional discipline, was simply not part of whatever calculation the humans had made. As if the blockade were a line drawn on the floor, and the humans had simply looked at the line and chosen a different dimension to travel in. The dreadnought to Dren's port side had already begun to rotate, a slow, instinctive movement of a weapons platform, trying to bring its targeting arrays to bear on contacts that had appeared behind it. The movement was operationally pointless, because targeting arrays that couldn't classify a threat couldn't lock onto one regardless of orientation. But the motion had happened anyway because it was what weapons platforms did when contacts appeared in unexpected positions. It was the naval equivalent of flinching. Dren did not flinch. He stood at the center display and looked at 14 contact icons sitting in low orbit and did the only productive thing available to him in this moment, which was to think very carefully and very quickly. His communications officer broke through. "Admiral, we're getting queries from the surface. Planetary Defense Command wants to know what those contacts are and why our targeting hasn't engaged. Tell them we're assessing. They're asking if we should scramble interceptor swarms." Dren looked at the display. 14 industrial platforms in low orbit, energy grids linked. No weapons active. His targeting systems could not classify them as threats because threats had weapons signatures, and these did not. The interceptor swarms were designed to engage fast-moving kinetic assets, fighters, missiles, boarding craft. The human vessels were doing none of those things. They were sitting in orbit above the planet with the unhurried stillness of objects that had arrived exactly where they intended to be and had no further movement planned. "Hold the interceptors," he said. Then, because the question was becoming impossible to avoid, "What are they doing?" The command deck was quiet in a way that command decks were not supposed to be during a contact alert. The weapons officers were at their stations. The sensor operators were running their sweeps. Everyone was doing what they were trained to do, and none of it was producing an answer, because the answer was not in any of the systems they were trained to use. The targeting algorithms were looking for weapons signatures and kinetic events and energy discharge profiles, and finding none. The human vessel sat in orbit, and the algorithms kept looking and kept finding nothing, and the deck stayed quiet in the way of a room where the expected sound has not arrived, and everyone is listening for it. The answer came not from his sensor operators, but from the planetary weather monitoring feed that the blockade fleet passively received as part of its operational data package. A background stream, low priority, the kind of data that scrolled in a side panel and was consulted only when surface operations required atmospheric planning. Dren had never, in his career, watched a weather feed as a primary information source during a potential engagement. He was watching it now. The barometric pressure at Aethelgard's outermost atmospheric boundary had dropped by a fraction of a %. The change was so small that the monitoring system had flagged it as sensor drift before its error correction algorithm decided it was a genuine reading. On any other day, in any other context, a fraction of a % was the kind of variance that existed in atmospheric data as background noise, the kind of number that appeared in logs and was never read because it was never significant. On the display, the 14 human vessels sat in their geometric pattern and did nothing that any weapons system in the Imperial Navy knew how to respond to. The barometric reading ticked down again. Dren felt something that his 23 years of naval command had not previously given him a name for. It was not fear. Fear had a specific texture he recognized from the engagements he had survived, a sharp, present tense quality that organized itself around an immediate threat. Fear required a threat to point at. Fear was organized. This was not organized. This was the sensation of watching a situation he could not classify, operated by an opponent who was not doing anything his training had prepared him to counter. The human fleet was not attacking. It was not retreating. It was not negotiating, not transmitting, not powering any system that his instruments could read as hostile. It was simply present, in a position he could not dislodge it from without crossing to the wrong side of the planet to reach it, doing something that the barometric reading suggested was very significant and that nothing in his training gave him a framework to understand. 23 years of naval command had given him a framework for every other situation he had ever encountered. He had reached the edge of the framework. On the other side of it, with a slow and growing certainty, was the understanding that the absence of a recognizable threat was not the same as the absence of a threat. It was often worse. He keyed the fleet-wide command channel. All vessels, full alert posture. I want targeting solutions on the human contacts the moment any of them charge a system I can classify as a weapon. He paused. And get me a direct line to Planetary Defense Command. I need to know what their atmospheric monitoring is showing. What Planetary Defense Command's atmospheric monitoring was showing was a barometric pressure reading that had been declining, in small and accelerating increments, for the last 4 minutes. They had not yet understood what it meant. In the capital city below, the morning had been clear and unremarkable, the kind of day the Empire's citizens lived most of their lives inside. The sky a familiar shade, the wind moving at its habitual speed, the atmospheric pressure at the reading it had been for every living day of every living person's life on this world, because that reading was what a breathable sky felt like from the inside. And breathable skies did not change in ways that required any particular attention. In the Weather Monitoring Center at the edge of the capital's government district, a junior analyst was looking at a barometric reading that had declined in small and accelerating increments 4 times in the last 6 minutes. She had flagged it for senior review. She was waiting for a response. They would not understand what it meant until the sound started. A vast, unnatural roar building in the upper atmosphere above the capital city, a sound unlike any weather the planet had ever produced, because the weather the planet had ever produced had always, in all of its history, moved horizontally, or in the complex three-dimensional patterns of storm systems, with somewhere to go. This was moving straight up, and it was getting louder, and in orbit above it, the 14 contact icons on Admiral Dren's display continued to sit in their geometric pattern and do nothing that any weapon system in the Imperial Navy knew how to respond to, and the targeting algorithms continued to find nothing to lock onto, because what was happening was not a weapons discharge, and not a kinetic event, and not anything the algorithms had a category for. It was a pressure differential. It was already self-sustaining. Chapter 5. The Vacuum Protocol Initiation. Reyes did not give the order out loud. This was deliberate. The authorization protocol for the vacuum protocol had been designed with that specificity. A silent confirmation, a gesture rather than a spoken command, because the people who had written the protocol understood that spoken commands had a weight that gestures did not, and the weight of what was about to happen did not need to be added to. The command deck of the Harvest Fleet's flagship was already quiet in the way that spaces become quiet when the people inside them understand exactly what is about to occur and have collectively decided that language is not adequate to the moment. Reyes placed her open hand on the authorization panel. It was warm from previous contact. The deck officer who had primed it had touched it 30 seconds prior to verify it was live. The warmth of someone else's hand on a surface she was about to use to initiate something that would be felt by billions of people was a detail that she registered and set aside in the same motion, the way you register and set aside most of the sensory information that arrives in moments of deliberate action. The panel registered her biometric confirmation and transmitted it to the fleet's synchronization network in the same instant, and the network distributed it to all 14 vessels before her hand had left the surface. On the display, 14 status indicators shifted from standby to active. The silence on the deck did not change. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They had run this simulation enough times that the moment of activation carried no surprise, and they were professional enough that it carried no celebration. What it carried was weight. The specific, settling weight of a threshold that has been crossed and cannot be uncrossed. Reyes looked at the 14 active indicators and then looked at the planet on the primary display. A blue-white sphere in the dark, its weather patterns visible from orbit as pale swirls across the surface. Its atmosphere a thin luminous band at its edge that was so fragile-looking at this distance that it was difficult to reconcile with the engineering effort required to contain it. Difficult, but not impossible. She had spent the last 14 months making it possible. The sound came before anything visible. It arrived on the surface of Aethelgard in the upper districts of the capital city first, because the upper districts were at altitude and the distance between them and the exosphere was shorter. Street-side vendors in the morning market heard it as a sustained pressure change, a sensation behind the eyes and in the sinuses, the kind that preceded severe weather but without the lateral wind signature that severe weather brought with it. A child in the upper district's transit plaza stopped walking and looked up at a sky that appeared to every visible inspection completely normal. The sky was not normal. The sky was moving in a direction nobody on this world had ever looked. It was not a sound that anyone on the surface had a reference for. The closest analog in the collective experience of the Empire's citizens was a very strong wind, but wind moved laterally, channeled by terrain and pressure gradients, following the paths that physics and geography provided. This sound had no lateral component. It was vertical and absolute, the acoustic signature of atmosphere being accelerated in a direction that atmosphere had never, in the geological history of this world, been accelerated. Every living thing on the surface that heard it in those first seconds registered it as wrong before registering it as anything else. The body knew, before the mind had framed the question, that this sound meant the sky was doing something the sky was not supposed to do. A flock of birds in the government plaza's ornamental trees lifted simultaneously without any of the directional coherence of a flock responding to a threat. They lifted in confusion, scattered, and did not return to the trees. In the capital's government district, the barometric sensors that the junior weather analyst had been watching for the last 20 minutes stopped their gradual decline and began to drop with a speed that pushed the monitoring system's rate of change alert into a category the system had never previously triggered. She stared at the readings for 2 seconds. Then she stopped waiting for a response to her earlier flag and started escalating directly. On the Harvest Fleet's command deck, the telemetry was clinical and precise. Manifold synchronization confirmed across all 14 vessels. Molecular tethering active. Nitrogen and oxygen isolation nominal. Extraction rate at 0.3% of projected yield and climbing. The sensor officer's voice had the deliberate flatness of someone who had decided that the most useful thing they could contribute was accuracy without inflection. The exponential curve is initializing. Resistance is already declining at the projected rate. The command deck smelled of the same equipment coolant and recycled air as every other command deck Reyes had ever occupied, and the telemetry displays showed the same kind of data, rates and pressures and manifold tolerances and yield projections that any industrial operation would have generated. If someone had walked onto this deck with no prior knowledge and looked at the displays, they would have seen a logistics operation running within parameters. They would have seen nothing that looked like a weapon. That was the point. That had always been the point. Reyes watched the telemetry without speaking. The containment spheres on the display feed were dark. They would not begin their visible transition until the extraction volume reached the threshold required for cryogenic compression to begin. That would take time. Not much time, given the exponential curve, but time. She watched the planetary weather feed on the secondary display. The barometric readings were declining in a pattern that looked on the graph like the beginning of a curve she recognized from Dr. Avram's briefing models. The curve that did not plateau, the curve that fed itself. She had authorized this operation, fully understanding what that curve meant for the population below. She had not looked away from that understanding then, and she did not look away from it now. The manifolds pulled. The telemetry climbed. In the Imperial Palace, the first indication arrived not through any official monitoring channel, but through the bodies of the people inside it. Ears popped simultaneously across 3 floors of the administrative wing, a brief, sharp equalization that lasted half a second and left a faint, cottony pressure behind it. The staff who experienced it attributed it, in that first moment, to a building system's malfunction. A pressure regulation fault in the ventilation architecture, the kind of minor infrastructure failure that happened in large, old complexes and was always resolved within the hour. Then it happened again, less than a minute later. Then a third time, and by the third time, the building systems had been checked and cleared, and the explanation was no longer available, and the people experiencing it had begun to look at each other with a quality of attention that was different from the attention they had been paying to their morning's work. One aide, whose job was to coordinate briefing schedules for the senior military staff, put her hand against the window of her office on the 4th floor, and felt very faintly a vibration in the glass that she did not have a context for. The planetary defense grid registered the atmospheric anomaly at the same time as the weather monitoring network, which was also the same time as the Imperial Naval Command Post in the capital's strategic center, which was also the same time as Admiral Dren's weather feed aboard his flagship in the outer system. The registrations went to different people through different channels and produced different initial interpretations, but they all shared one feature. None of the receiving parties had a pre-existing category for what they were seeing, which meant none of them sent the registrations up their respective chains of command with anything more urgent than a flag for review. The Planetary Defense Grid's commander had the most urgent interpretation, because his instruments were calibrated for threat detection, and the barometric anomaly was large enough and fast enough to trigger a threshold alert. He scrambled his response protocol, which meant he was on a command channel to the orbital defense platforms within 4 minutes of the first reading. The scramble felt productive. Scrambles usually felt productive in the first few minutes, before the information they generated made it clear what you were and were not able to do about the situation you were scrambling to address. "Planetary shield status," he said, with the precise cadence of a commander running a protocol he had rehearsed many times, because rehearsed protocols were what prevented panic from producing worse outcomes than the emergency itself. "Shields at full operational capacity, all emitter arrays nominal, no impact events registered, no energy discharge from the human contacts in orbit." His systems officer ran through the confirmation sequence with the focused efficiency of a person grateful to have a procedure to follow. "Commander, the shields are holding." The defense commander stared at his board. His shields were at full power. His emitter arrays were nominal. The human fleet had not fired. His atmospheric readings were declining at an accelerating rate. These 3 facts did not fit together into any tactical picture he had ever been trained to interpret, because the tactical picture he had been trained to interpret was one where the shields and the threat existed in a relationship to each other, where the thing that was wrong was coming from outside. He did not yet have the category for a threat that came from inside. Aboard the Harvest Fleet flagship, the communications system flagged an incoming transmission from the Imperial Planetary Defense Network, an automated query routed through a monitoring channel that the human fleet had not blocked because blocking it would have required acknowledging that they knew it existed. The query was tagged Urgent Priority in the Imperial Protocol format, which was a tag that carried a great deal of weight in a system built around hierarchical urgency. On this command deck in this moment, it was background noise. The communications officer relayed it without inflection. "Commander, their shields are holding." Reyes looked at the telemetry. The extraction rate had climbed to 2.1% of projected yield and was still climbing, each increment larger than the last because the curve fed itself and the resistance the manifolds worked against was falling as the pressure differential widened. The exponential curve was past its initialization phase and accelerating into its working range. Somewhere on the planet below, the wind was moving straight up at a velocity that no natural weather system had ever produced. The birds in the government plaza had not returned to their trees. The awning anchor points were still holding, but the fabric was distended in a direction that the engineers who had installed them had not anticipated, because the direction had never needed to be anticipated. The planetary defense shields were doing exactly what they had been designed to do, stopping things that came from outside moving inward. They were holding perfectly. The atmosphere was moving outward. The shields had no configuration for that. "Irrelevant," Rhea said. "We aren't trying to get in. We are inviting them out." The communications officer logged the response and did not transmit it, because there was no one to transmit it to. The query had been automated. There was no one on the other end waiting for a human reply. The humans were not communicating with anyone on the surface or in the blockade fleet. The operational protocol was silence, and silence was what they maintained, and the silence was its own kind of answer to every question the Imperial Defense Network was currently generating. On the display, the containment spheres began their transition. Not visibly yet, not the pale blue luminescence that would come later, when the cryogenic compression systems reached their operating threshold, and the first quantities of supercooled liquid atmosphere began to fill the storage volumes. But the status indicators had shifted from transport configuration to active intake, and on the telemetry, the first measured quantities of extracted atmosphere were registering in the collection manifolds. Numbers, clean and small and climbing. The curve was climbing. On the planet's surface in the upper districts of the capital city, the sound in the upper atmosphere had resolved from the initial wrongness of its first arrival into something sustained and massive, a roar that sat at the edge of the audible spectrum and pressed against the inner ear, with a physical weight that the people hearing it were beginning to understand was not going to stop. The awnings outside the administrative district's cafes were straining against their anchor points in a direction that awnings were not engineered to strain. A civic fountain in the government plaza had begun to pull its water column upward in a thin, distorted arc before the pump systems registered the pressure differential and shut down automatically. Small things, the kind of things that individually admitted explanations, the kind of things that collectively added up to a shape that explanations could not contain. The shape was, "The sky is leaving." The shape had not yet been named out loud by anyone on the planet's surface. It would be. It was the kind of shape that, once perceived, could not be unperceived. The people in the upper districts of the capital were approximately 4 minutes away from perceiving it. The people in the Imperial Palace's administrative wing, the ones feeling the pressure equalization in their ears for the third time, were somewhat closer. In orbit, the Harvest Fleet held its geometric positions with the patience of machines that had been set to a task and had no competing priorities. The manifolds pulled, the curve climbed, the resistance fell, and as it fell, the rate at which it fell accelerated, because the process fed itself. Admiral Dren, in the outer system, was still waiting for a weapon signature that was not coming. His targeting algorithms were still running their sweeps and finding nothing to lock. His 947 crew members were at full alert posture and had nothing to do with their alertness. The planetary defense shields were holding. The capital city's barometric pressure, by the time the last civilian in the upper market district had processed the wrongness of the sound above them and looked up at the sky and found it apparently undisturbed, had dropped by a measurable fraction of a full atmosphere. The fraction was still small. The fraction was still within the range of things that an unprepared person might explain away. The fraction was not staying small. Nobody had told the shields what they needed to stop. Nobody had told them because nobody yet understood that the thing that needed stopping was not coming from outside. It was leaving. The sky the shields were built to protect was moving through the shields the way smoke moves through a window screen, unrestricted, unimpeded, indifferent to the barrier that had been designed for something that moved in the opposite direction. The shields were holding. The air was not. Chapter 6. Stripping the gravity well. The molecule does not know it is being stolen. This is the first and most important fact about the physics of what was happening above Aethelgard. The process had no drama at the scale at which it actually operated. At the molecular level, a nitrogen atom responding to the subspatial tethering field of an Aeros-Class manifold was simply an atom responding to a force. It moved in the direction the force pulled it. It carried no information about where it had been or what its departure meant for the system it was leaving. It did not resist. Resistance, in the sense that the word implied intention, did not exist at this scale. The atom moved. The atom was followed by the atom adjacent to it, because the force was calibrated to the specific atomic weight of nitrogen and oxygen, and it pulled everything that matched that profile with equal and impartial efficiency. 14 manifolds pulling simultaneously produced a tethering field that covered the entire planetary surface from horizon to horizon. There was no region of the atmosphere above Aethelgard that was outside the field's reach. The extraction was not happening in one place. It was happening everywhere at once, in the same moment, at the same rate, with the same mechanical indifference to what it was removing. This was the second important fact. Everywhere, at once. The Harvest Fleet's telemetry broke the process into numbers because numbers were how the sensors communicated what the manifolds were doing. Extraction yield, manifold synchronization percentage, pressure differential across the tethering field, molecular mass flow rate per second per vessel, aggregated across 14 vessels into a combined figure that the telemetry displayed in a unit of measure the logistics division had invented specifically for this operation, because no pre-existing unit of measure had been designed to describe the rate at which a planet lost its atmosphere. But the numbers were an abstraction, and the abstraction did not fully capture what was occurring, which was closer in character to a tide than to an extraction, not a pump removing fluid from a container, but the container itself tilting, the fluid following gravity toward a new low point that had not existed 6 hours ago, and would not stop existing until someone reversed the manifolds. The planet's atmosphere was not being removed. It was falling upward. The distinction mattered for the physics, and the physics was the only thing that mattered now. At an altitude of 40 kilometers above the capital, the atmospheric density had dropped to a level that would have registered, on any calibrated instrument, as consistent with a high mountain environment on a world with less atmosphere than Aethelgard possessed at sea level. The air at 40 kilometers was thin under normal circumstances. It was thinner now. The birds that lived and hunted in the lower atmosphere had not reached 40 kilometers, but they did not need to. They were feeling the change at 200 meters. In the behavior of their wings against air that was offering less resistance than it should, in the instinct-level wrongness of a thermal column that pulled upward rather than providing lift, in the disorientation of a creature whose entire sensory experience of the world was calibrated to a medium that was changing beneath it. They had begun to fall before the capital's residents fully understood what they were watching. Not all at once. Not the dramatic plummet of every bird in the sky simultaneously losing the ability to fly. The process was more intimate than that, and in its intimacy more disturbing. Individual birds in the upper canopy of the government plaza's ornamental trees dropped from branches and tried to fly, and found that the mechanics were wrong in a way they had no framework to correct for. A pair of coastal raptors that hunted the thermals above the harbor district banked into a rising current and were carried upward at a rate that their bodies had not been designed to manage, tumbling at altitude before recovering and descending as quickly as they could toward a surface that felt, comparatively, safer. The harbor pigeons that had lived on the plaza's ledges for generations simply stopped flying and sat where they were and pressed their bodies against the stone with the instinctive behavior of prey animals that have detected a threat they cannot identify or flee from, In the atmosphere above these things, the visible evidence of the extraction had become impossible to miss for anyone looking upward. Cloud formations that had drifted at their standard altitude under the capital's prevailing weather patterns were elongating, not dispersing, not the gradual dissolution of clouds in clearing weather which moved outward and thinned from the edges. They were elongating upward, their lower surfaces holding their shape, while their upper surfaces stretched toward the exosphere in columns that had the appearance of something being poured rather than something moving of its own accord. The columns were enormous. They were visible from the capital's lower districts as pale vertical structures against the sky, wrong in their geometry and the way that things are wrong when the physics governing them has changed. What the clouds were doing was moving toward the new lowest pressure point in the Aethelgard system, the interior of 14 orbital containment spheres, where the cryogenic compression systems were maintaining a negative pressure differential significant enough to pull gaseous matter through 60 kilometers of atmosphere and gravity well and compress it, on arrival, into a super-cooled liquid that glowed with the pale blue luminescence of something that had no business being in that state at that temperature. The spheres were no longer dark. On Admiral Dren's sensor feed in the outer system, the human vessel's attached storage units had shifted their thermal signature. The change was subtle, the kind of shift that a sensor operator focused on weapon signatures would not have flagged as a priority. But it was there, and it was consistent across all 14 contacts simultaneously, and when Dren's science officer ran the signature through the fleet's atmospheric modeling database, the result that came back was not a weapons classification, it was a material classification. Supercooled liquid nitrogen-oxygen mixture under extreme pressurization. The science officer stared at the result for 4 seconds, during which time he ran the query again, with a different parameter set to rule out a sensor artifact, got the same result, and understood that the query was not the problem. He brought it to Dren without speaking, turning his display toward the Admiral and letting the classification speak for itself. Dren stared at it for longer than 4 seconds. He stared at it with the expression of a man who had spent his career building a mental model of how armed conflict operated and was now holding a piece of information that did not fit anywhere in that model. Supercooled liquid nitrogen-oxygen mixture, atmospheric composition, stored in the orbital containment spheres of 14 vessels that had no weapons. He looked at the planet on his display. He looked at the barometric feed, which was still declining. He looked at the human fleet in low orbit above the capital, doing nothing that any weapons system in his command could respond to. He said nothing. There was nothing in his training that had prepared him to say anything useful, and he understood, with the particular clarity of a professional reaching the edge of their expertise, that unhelpful speech was worse than silence. The Imperial Barometric Monitoring Network registered the atmospheric density loss at the same moment that the civilian emergency management system in the capital escalated the junior weather analyst's flag from review pending to active emergency. The two systems were connected in theory, and in practice were operated by different chains of command that shared data at an interval of every 30 minutes during non-emergency conditions. The emergency reclassification updated the data sharing interval to real time, which meant that the Planetary Defense Grid's commander received the full atmospheric picture at the same moment that every emergency response coordinator in the capital received it. The picture was this. Aethelgard's atmospheric pressure was declining at an exponential rate. The rate of decline had been accelerating for 6 hours and showed no sign of plateauing. The current surface pressure at the capital's elevation was equivalent to what a citizen would experience at approximately 2,000 meters of altitude on a standard atmospheric world, noticeable but not yet incapacitating. The projected pressure in 4 hours, at the current rate of acceleration, was equivalent to 6,000 meters. The projected pressure in 8 hours was equivalent to conditions at which unprotected human analog physiology began to experience cognitive impairment. The key phrase in that analysis was at the current rate of acceleration. The rate was not constant, it was increasing. On the Harvest Fleet's command deck, The sensor officer had stopped reporting extraction percentages in increments of single percentage points because the increments had become too frequent to report individually. The telemetry now updated on a continuous scroll, the numbers climbing in the way that numbers climb when the process generating them has passed the threshold at which the available resistance is no longer meaningful. Dr. Avram had described it in the Oort Cloud installation as an exponential curve. He had described it with the precision of a scientist who had run the models enough times to trust them completely. The phrase he had used, "past a certain threshold, the process becomes self-sustaining," was an accurate description of the physics, but it was a physicist's description, and it had the clean abstraction of physics. What self-sustaining looked like, in practice, from the command deck telemetry, was a number that did not need help anymore. The manifolds were still active. They were necessary to maintain the tethering field and the directional extraction. Without them, the pressure differential would eventually equilibrate, the remaining atmosphere redistributing itself to fill the partial vacuum in the upper layers. But the manifolds were no longer the primary driver of the rate. The pressure differential itself was the driver now. The atmosphere of Aethelgard was moving toward the collection manifolds for the same reason that water moves toward a drain, because the drain was there, and the water had no reason to go anywhere else, and gravity and differential pressure were forces that did not require anyone's permission to operate. The Empire had the largest fleet in the known galaxy. It had enough kinetic firepower to reduce the surface of a planet to slag. It had been building warships for 3 centuries, accruing the kind of military mass that accumulated so slowly and was so total that it stopped looking like a choice and started looking like a fact of nature, a permanent condition of the galaxy's political landscape, the way mountains are a permanent condition of a continent's. The mountains could not help with this. This was the threshold Dr. Avram had spoken of. This was what it felt like from the outside. It felt like the moment in a very long calculation when the variables stop mattering, because the outcome is already written. On the surface, the sound that had begun in the upper districts of the capital had spread. It was audible now throughout the city, not the localized roar of the first hours, which had been most intense at altitude, but a sustained, pervasive pressure on the auditory system that residents were experiencing less as a sound and more as a condition. The air itself felt different, not thin yet, not in the way that altitude sickness felt thin, the gasping inadequacy of breath that didn't satisfy, subtler than that. The specific resistance that the human body expects from its medium of travel was slightly reduced. A hand moved through air that parted more easily than it should. A door closed with slightly less effort than its weight suggested. Small things, the kind of things that, once noticed, produced a specific quality of unease that was difficult to name because it was an unease about the medium of existence rather than any particular thing within it. In the exosphere above the capital, a massive cloud formation, a weather system that had been circulating in the upper atmosphere for 11 days and had been photographed by the capital's meteorological service as a particularly elegant example of its type, came apart. Not gradually. The elongation had been gradual. The final dissolution was not. The cloud system reached a point at which the upward force on its constituent particles exceeded the cohesion of the formation, and then it simply ceased to be a cloud system and became a vertical stream of atmospheric matter moving toward the collection manifolds at a velocity that would have been measured, if anyone had been measuring it, in the hundreds of meters per second. The Meteorological Service's observation cameras captured it. The footage showed a thing that had existed for 11 days being absent in under 4 seconds. Where the cloud had been, the sky was a color it had never been before. A slightly deeper shade, a fraction less blue. The visual signature of atmosphere that was thinner than the atmosphere it had replaced. The color change was small. It was the kind of change that required a reference point to perceive. A photograph taken yesterday versus the sky today, a comparison that nobody in the capital had thought to make until this moment, because nobody had been watching for it. By the time people began making that comparison, the change was no longer small. The capital's residents were beginning to breathe differently. not consciously. The conscious process of breathing does not typically require adjustment until the air quality shifts beyond the body's automatic compensation range. But the automatic compensation had begun. Respiratory rates across the capital were up by a measurable fraction, the body's reflexive response to air that was providing slightly less with each breath than the body was accustomed to expecting. The bodies knew before the people did. The bodies were always first. In the Harvest Fleet's collection manifolds, the supercooled liquid continued to accumulate. The containment spheres glowed their cold, patient blue in the dark above the planet, brighter now than they had been an hour ago, brighter than they had been a minute ago. Each increment of brightness was a measure of what the atmosphere below had lost and would not recover without human permission. The extraction had passed the self-sustaining threshold 47 minutes ago. The manifolds no longer needed to work hard. The sky was doing the work for them, the atmosphere of the Empire's capital world, the air that the Emperor breathed, that his admirals breathed, that the crews of his dreadnoughts and the citizens of his capital, and every living thing on the surface of Aethelgard breathed, was falling upward into human storage vessels at an accelerating rate, and the acceleration would not stop, and the Empire's entire military capacity was floating in the wrong part of the solar system, watching a weather feed and a material classification, and the pale blue glow of containment spheres getting brighter by the minute. The drain was open. There was no lever on the Imperial side that closed it. Chapter 7. Orbital Containment. The spheres were visible from the capital's streets now. That was new. In the first hours of the operation they had been dark. Inactive storage geometry tethered to the flanks of vessels that were themselves only visible as bright moving points against the daylight sky, if you knew where to look and looked carefully. Then they had been dimly luminescent, a cold suggestion of light that required darkness and patience to see. By the time the sun set over the capital on the operation's first full day, the spheres had crossed the threshold into something that required no patience and no particular knowledge of where to look. They were in the sky. They were blue. They were the brightest objects in the night sky above Aethelgard that were not the stars themselves, and they were brighter than most of those. 14 pale blue points arranged in a geometric ring above the planet, each one larger in apparent diameter than the capital's primary moon. They glowed with the cold, flat luminescence of extreme cryogenics. Not the warm glow of combustion or the sharp pulse of energy discharge, but the specific light of matter compressed beyond its natural state at temperatures that the capital's residents had no physical intuition for, because nothing in their daily experience produced that quality of cold. The light they gave off was the light of something that should not exist in that form, held in that form by force and technology, and the decision of people who were not on the planet below. Children in the capital's residential districts were being brought to windows to look at them. Parents pointed. The explanations being given to those children were, in most cases, wrong. Rumors and approximations, and the collective improvisation of a population that had been given no official account of what the lights were or what they meant. Some adults told their children the lights were a new navigational installation, a civilian infrastructure project, something routine that had simply not been announced. Some adults said nothing and kept their hand on their child's shoulder and watched the lights with an expression that children recognized as the expression adults wore when they did not want to answer questions. The official channels had been silent since the atmospheric anomaly reports began, which was itself a kind of answer. And the answer it suggested was the kind that parents instinctively did not give to children standing at windows pointing at the night sky. The spheres did not care what explanations were being offered. They held their positions and their light and accumulated their contents with the indifferent efficiency of systems operating within parameters. And each hour they held their positions, the light was a little colder and a little brighter and a little less like something that was going to be explained away in the morning. The spheres did not move. They held their positions with the patient, fixed luminescence of things that had arrived where they intended to be and had no further movement planned. The planet rotated beneath them, which meant the capital moved through its night in the usual way. The arc of the sky, the progression of stars, the familiar rhythms of a world that had kept its rotation schedule regardless of what was happening to its atmosphere. The spheres remained stationary while the city turned beneath them, which produced the effect, visible from any point in the capital with a clear view of the sky, of the spheres tracking the planet the way a predator tracks moving prey. The city moved, the lights stayed on it. By midnight they were casting faint shadows. The shadow of a containment sphere on the capital's pale stone buildings was a shadow with no natural explanation, a cold circular penumbra from a light source that had not been there the day before, in an orbital position where nothing had ever been, giving off a light that the capital's residents had no reference for because nothing in their experience of the night sky had ever looked like this. The shadows were faint. They were real. The children who had been brought to windows to look at the lights were, by midnight, in their beds. Most of them were not asleep. The order to scramble the interceptor swarms came from the Imperial Planetary Defense Commander at 0300 hours, local capital time. The decision reached by a man who had been awake for 19 hours running every other available option against a situation that had no other available options. He had briefed the Planetary Defense Council at midnight, and they had offered him authorization for anything available in the defensive inventory, and then looked at him with the expression of people who had just told someone they could use any tool in an empty toolbox. Conventional shield augmentation had been attempted, and had produced no measurable change in the extraction rate because the shields were calibrated for the wrong threat direction. Emergency atmospheric scrubbing units deployed to the Palace District had been online for 6 hours and were managing to slow the pressure decline in a localized area of approximately 4 city blocks. 4 city blocks. The capital had a population of 9 million. The scrubbers were not a solution, and everyone present understood they were not a solution, but they were the only active countermeasure currently operating in the correct direction, and so they operated, and their operators reported their metrics with the professional diligence of people who understood that their metrics were not good news and reported them anyway, because reporting was what they did. The interceptors were the remaining option. They were not a good option. The Planetary Defense Commander understood, in the way that professionals understand things they wish they did not, that the interceptors were designed to engage fast-moving hostile craft within the atmosphere, and that the human vessels were in low orbit and not moving and not classifiable as hostile in any way his engagement protocols could process. But the interceptors could reach orbit. Their operational ceiling was technically sufficient, and if they could reach the human vessels, they could. The phrase in his operational doctrine was apply kinetic pressure, which was a careful way of describing a function that less careful language would have described differently. He scrambled 3 swarms, 214 aircraft, in 3 coordinated waves, rising from the capital's military airfields and the outlying defense installations in the pre-dawn dark. The first wave climbed without incident through the lower atmosphere, their engines burning hot and clean in air that was thinner than normal but still within the combustion parameters their systems were designed for. The pilots reported no anomalies. Their targeting systems had the human vessels in the acquisition zone. The geometry of the intercept was straightforward. The atmospheric pressure at their current altitude, approximately 12 kilometers, was reduced but functional. They climbed. At 22 kilometers, the first engine anomalies were reported. Not failures. Not yet. Anomalies. Fluctuations in the combustion cycle that the engine management systems were attempting to compensate for by adjusting fuel mixture ratios, which was what engine management systems did when the air-fuel ratio shifted outside the standard operating band. The ratio was shifting because the oxygen content of the air at 22 kilometers was no longer what it had been when the interceptor's engines were designed and tested and certified. The air was thinner. The oxygen molecules were fewer. The combustion process required oxygen to operate, and the interceptor's engines had been designed around an atmospheric oxygen density that no longer existed at this altitude. The engine management systems compensated. The pilots compensated. They climbed. At 31 kilometers, the first interceptor stalled. It did not stall dramatically. It did not announce itself. The engine simply reached the point at which the oxygen content of the available air was insufficient to sustain combustion at any fuel mixture ratio that the engine management system could produce, and the combustion ceased, and the aircraft that had been a powered vehicle became an object subject to gravity and nothing else. The pilot had approximately 4 seconds of control authority from the moment of stall before the aircraft's aerodynamic surfaces became insufficient to generate meaningful lift in air this thin, and in those 4 seconds, the pilot attempted the restart protocol, and the restart protocol failed, because the restart protocol also required oxygen, and the oxygen was not there. The aircraft fell. The stall was quiet. That was the thing the pilot would describe in every subsequent account, before they described anything else. The quiet. The engine had been a constant, physical presence throughout the climb, transmitted through the airframe and the seat and the controls as a vibration that the body stopped noticing because it was continuous, and continuous things became baseline. When it stopped, the quiet was physical in the same way. The aircraft was falling, and the only sound was wind. And the wind sounded wrong because the air it moved through was not the air it had been designed to move through. The pilot ejected at 30 kilometers and descended more slowly than the aircraft, and the ejection system's emergency oxygen supply kept them alive through the descent, and they survived. This was not true of every pilot in the subsequent 2 minutes, as the rest of the first wave hit the threshold, and the stalls cascaded through the formation, with the sequential efficiency of a system reaching a limit from which there is no recovery. Some pilots ejected in time. Some did not have 4 seconds of useful warning. Some ejected and found that their emergency oxygen supplies, calibrated for standard emergency descent from standard operational altitudes in standard atmospheric conditions, were not designed for descent from 31 kilometers in air that was still thinning around them as they fell. The second wave, watching the first wave fall, pulled up at 20 kilometers. Their commanding officer made the decision in approximately 6 seconds and broadcast the abort order on all frequencies, and the wave turned and descended, and the abort saved most of them, though not all, because 20 kilometers was already inside the degraded oxygen band, and 2 aircraft in the second wave had already begun their engine management compensations, and one of them did not complete its descent without losing power. The third wave never left the ground. The base commander had been in contact with the first wave's lead pilot until contact ceased, and then he had watched the telemetry, and then he had watched the second wave abort and descend, and by that point the calculation had been completed. He was a base commander. He commanded aircraft and pilots and the infrastructure that supported them, and he had been ordered to scramble those aircraft and pilots into a situation that the telemetry was describing with unmistakable clarity. Sending aircraft into an atmosphere that would not sustain their engines was not a tactical decision. It was a disposal decision. He had not been ordered to dispose of his pilots. He grounded the third wave on his own authority, submitted the report to the Planetary Defense Commander through channels, and did not wait for a response before beginning the process of standing down. The response, when it came 40 minutes later, did not countermand him. It said, "Acknowledged." On the Harvest Fleet's command deck, the telemetry had noted the interceptor launch as a data point and continued its primary functions without interruption. The extraction rate was listed. The containment sphere fill percentages were listed. The atmospheric pressure decline rate was listed. The interceptor engagement was not listed under threats because it had not met the threshold criteria for threat classification. The interceptors had not reached a range at which they posed a credible risk to the Harvest Fleet, and they had turned back before doing so. The sensor officer reported it in the same flat delivery used for every other status update. Imperial interceptor swarms launched from surface installations. First wave stalled out at 31 kilometers and fell. Second wave aborted at 20. Third wave did not launch. No contact with Harvest Fleet assets. Reyes listened to the report with the same quality of attention she brought to the containment sphere fill percentages. "Their dreadnoughts rule the void," she said, "but their interceptors require air to burn fuel. We just grounded their entire planetary defense force without firing a shot." She said it not with satisfaction. Satisfaction implied an outcome that had been in doubt, but with the flat precision of someone reading a result that had been in the mission parameters since before the mission began. The interceptors had always been going to fail. The atmosphere had always been going to be too thin by the time they reached operational altitude. The math had been run in the Oort Cloud installation, verified twice, and not meaningfully disputed, because the physics of combustion engine performance in thinning atmosphere was not a contested area of inquiry. It was a table in a handbook. The handbook said what it said. This was not a development. This was a confirmation. Reyes noted the interceptor status in the operational log and returned her attention to the extraction telemetry, which was where the operation actually lived. The containment spheres were at 31% of rated capacity across the fleet. The fill rate was accelerating. The exponential curve was in its productive phase. The interceptors had needed the atmosphere to stop the operation. The operation had removed enough of the atmosphere first. That was the whole of it. That was always going to be the whole of it. On the surface, in the capital's pre-dawn dark, the military airfields were receiving the aircraft that had made it back. The medical teams were out. Pilots with hypoxia symptoms, confusion, disorientation, the gray-faced vacancy of people whose brains had been running on insufficient oxygen at altitude, were being moved to the medical tents that the base commanders had set up with the particular efficiency of people who had understood, before the mission launched, that this was the probable outcome and had prepared for it anyway. The sounds of the airfields in those hours, arriving aircraft, emergency vehicles, the clipped communications traffic of a defense force, processing an outcome it had not been prepared to announce but had been prepared to receive, were conducted in air that was noticeably, measurably thinner than it had been 24 hours prior. The ground crews noticed it in the way that bodies noticed things before minds did. A slightly deeper breath to accomplish the same task, a slight additional effort in the muscles of the chest. Nothing that would stop anyone from working. Everything that confirmed that the blue lights in the sky were having the effect the blue lights in the sky were designed to have. The options for making them go away had just gotten narrower. The interceptors could not reach the human fleet without the atmosphere. The atmosphere was what the human fleet was taking. Above all of it, fixed and patient and cold, the spheres held their light, each one brighter than it had been an hour ago. Each one a measure of what the planet below had lost and would not recover without human permission. The entire planetary defense force was grounded, not by a weapon, not by a fleet engagement or a shield failure or an overwhelming kinetic strike. By the medium they flew in, which was no longer sufficient to fly in, because the people who had decided to take it had taken enough of it that the aircraft could not reach the people who were taking it. The interceptors had needed the atmosphere to stop the humans from removing the atmosphere. The humans had removed enough of the atmosphere first. Chapter 8. The First Drop. The Emperor's ears popped for the third time during the morning briefing, and he stopped speaking mid-sentence. It was not a long pause, 3 seconds, perhaps 4. General Vasher, who had been standing at his customary position to the right and had noted the first 2 pressure equalization events without comment, watched the Emperor's jaw shift with the automatic reflex of pressure compensation, and watched the Emperor register the reflex and watched the Emperor's expression perform the same transition it had performed each time. Irritation at the interruption, dismissal of the cause, return to the sentence. The sentence did not return. Malachor touched 2 fingers to the side of his jaw. The gesture was private and involuntary. the kind that arrives before the conscious mind has decided to make it. His jaw ached in the specific way that ears ached after repeated pressure changes, a dull, located pain with no clear origin, the body's protest at a physics it had not been designed to manage. He had experienced this sensation in pressurized transit vessels when equalization systems underperformed. He had experienced it at high altitude during ceremonial overflights of mountain territories. He had not experienced it in the war chamber of his own palace at sea level, on a world whose atmospheric pressure had been a fixed and unvarying fact of his entire existence. The briefing officer who had been speaking when the Emperor stopped speaking was still standing with his report tablet at the position of address, waiting with the trained professional stillness of someone who had been in enough briefings to know that resuming without authorization was a worse outcome than the pause. He breathed carefully. Around the table, 6 generals and 4 admirals breathed carefully. Vasher breathed carefully and watched and said nothing. "Continue," Malachor said. The briefing officer continued. He was 3 sentences into the resumed report when he stopped himself, pressing his lips together, swallowing with an effort that was audible in the room's silence. He looked at the Emperor with the expression of a man who had just realized that what he was experiencing was not a personal malfunction. "My apologies, Emperor, He paused again. His next breath was deeper than the one before it, the reflex of lungs that were not getting what they expected from the air they were taking in. He was not alone. Around the table, the adjustments were happening, a general with his hand at his collar, loosening it with a gesture that could have been discomfort, but was the specific discomfort of a body trying to get more air from air that was offering less. An admiral whose sentence had trailed off halfway through a status update, who was looking at the table surface with the unfocused expression of someone whose cognition was running slightly behind where it expected to be. Malachor noticed all of it. He noticed it because he was a man accustomed to reading rooms, and the room was telling him something that his briefing officers were not yet saying. He stood. The motion required slightly more effort than it should have, an extra engagement of the legs and the core that was not usually required to rise from a seated position in full armor. He had worn this armor for 23 years. He had worn it through campaigns and ceremonies and the long stationary hours of council meetings that ran past midnight. He knew precisely how much effort rising from a seated position in full armor required, because the body knew, after 23 years of any repeated action, the exact weight of that action against its capabilities. He attributed the additional effort to the armor because the alternative attribution was not one he was prepared to make in front of his generals. He walked to the chamber's primary display, and his walk was steady and deliberate and showed nothing. What is the current atmospheric reading in this building? Silence. Then the communications officer at the far station. I'm pulling it now, my Emperor. The internal monitoring system shows... Another pause. Longer. It shows pressure at approximately 78% of standard. The reading has been declining since 0600 hours. 78% of standard atmospheric pressure. Malachor did the calculation that any ruler who had governed a pressurized space station in the early years of his expansion campaigns had learned to do by reflex, not a skill he had expected to need on the ground floor of his own palace on his own capital world, but the skill was there and it produced a result. 78% was consistent with an altitude of approximately 2,500 meters on a standard atmospheric world. High enough to matter. High enough for every person in this room to be running a physiological deficit they had not been informed about and had not consented to. Not incapacitating, not immediately dangerous. The kind of altitude that mountain populations lived at without particular difficulty, once acclimated. The word was doing significant work. Mountain populations lived at altitude because they had been born there, or had ascended gradually over days, giving their blood chemistry and respiratory systems time to adjust. The acclimation process required time that the capital's population had not been given. Every person in this building, every person in this city, was operating on a sea-level physiology in an environment that had quietly stopped being sea level. The body's automatic systems were compensating. They would continue to compensate. They would not compensate indefinitely, and they would not compensate well. And as the pressure continued to drop, the gap between what the body needed and what the air provided would widen past the range in which compensation was sufficient. He knew all of this. He had known it at a technical level since the briefings in the early hours. Knowing it technically was different from standing in a room where the atmospheric monitoring said 78% and watching his generals breathe carefully. He walked to the chamber's primary display and looked at the atmospheric monitoring feed that he had not been looking at because there had been no reason to look at atmospheric monitoring feeds in his war chamber before today. The graph was a descending line. It did not flatten. It did not show any indication of flattening. It curved slightly downward at its leading edge in the way that exponential declines curved, accelerating as they declined, each increment of loss making the next increment come faster. The war chamber felt smaller than it was. This was a physiological artifact of reduced oxygen availability affecting his perception, and he knew this, and knowing it did not make the chamber feel larger. Vasher spoke. He was the only person in the room who had not visibly adjusted his breathing, which was less a sign of superior physiology than a sign of superior discipline. He spoke in the measured cadence he always used, the tone that did not perform urgency but did not conceal it. My Emperor, medical reports have been coming in from the capital's civilian wards for the past 8 hours. The intake rate as of 90 minutes ago was 14 times the daily standard. He paused for a single controlled breath. The presenting condition is consistent across all cases, altitude sickness, simultaneously, across the entire capital. He let that sit for a moment. 14 times the daily standard intake rate across a city of 9 million people was a number that had a human weight if you chose to apply it. The specific volume of suffering that a number like that described. Vasher did not apply it. He reported it in the voice of a man who understood that applying it in this room, in this moment, was not useful. The entire capital. Malachor heard those words and understood their scale in the way that rulers understood scales. Not abstractly, but with the weight of population numbers and infrastructure maps and the specific human cost of 14 times the standard medical intake rate, which translated into a number he could calculate, and which he did calculate, silently, while his face maintained the expression of a man receiving information rather than a man being struck by it. The general who had been loosening his collar spoke. He was one of the Empire's senior field commanders, a man with 40 years of active service and a record that the Imperial Military Archives described as distinguished without requiring elaboration. He was breathing visibly, not gasping, not yet, but the breath was there in his chest in a way that it was not normally visible in a senior commander during a morning briefing. He put both hands on the table, not for emphasis but for the additional stability it provided. My Emperor. He paused for a breath. The air pressure is dropping, everywhere, at once. Another breath. They aren't glassing our cities. They are unplugging our life support. The room processed this. It was not a silence of surprise exactly. Everyone in the room had access to the same atmospheric monitoring data. Everyone in the room had been experiencing the same pressure equalization events, the same slightly too much effort required for motion, the same quality of thinking that was operating at a fraction less than its usual speed without being clearly impaired. The kind of cognitive reduction that you noticed in retrospect rather than in the moment, because the instrument doing the noticing was the same instrument being affected. They had all known. The shape had been perceivable for hours. What the general had done was say it out loud, which was different from knowing it. Knowing it was a private event. Saying it out loud was the moment a room full of people stopped processing a crisis individually and began processing it collectively. and collective processing had a weight that individual processing did not. The Emperor looked at the atmospheric graph, the descending line, the slight downward curve at its leading edge that meant the descent was accelerating. He had sent no ships against the human fleet because the human fleet was not where his ships could reach it without crossing the planet they were protecting. And getting to the planet they were protecting meant getting past his fleet. And getting past his fleet meant fighting a naval engagement, and the human fleet had done nothing that classified as a hostile naval act. His targeting system still did not have a classification for what the human fleet was doing. His shields were holding. His interceptors were grounded. His dreadnoughts floated in the outer system, fully operational, weapons charged, targeting solutions refreshed on their 4-hour cycle, monitoring a threat that did not appear in any of their threat categories. The most powerful armada in the known galaxy, floating in the wrong place, not because of a tactical error, not because of a failure of intelligence or command, because it had been built to fight a war that was conducted by ships approaching other ships in the void and exchanging kinetic force until one side stopped being able to exchange it. Every decision made in its construction, every ship design, every weapon system, every tactical doctrine had been optimized for that kind of war. The Armada was the most complete expression of that kind of war that had ever been assembled in the known galaxy. The humans had not fought that kind of war. The humans had not even looked at that kind of war. They had looked at the planet and the planet's atmosphere and the physics of pressure differentials and the specifications of terraforming equipment, and they had built something that the Armada could not respond to because the Armada's entire vocabulary of response had been developed for a different conversation. A war the Armada did not understand was not a war the Armada could win. While his war chamber breathed in careful measured increments, and his generals put their hands on tables for the steadiness it provided, and the atmospheric graph declined in a curve that did not flatten, and outside the palace windows the night sky held 14 cold blue lights in fixed geometric positions that had been placed there by people who had spent 14 months building the specific tool for the specific job, and had built it correctly the first time. Malachor turned from the display. His armor was heavy. It had always been heavy. It was specifically deliberately heavy. A display of physical dominance, a statement in metal about the kind of man who wore it. He had never found it heavy in 23 years. He found it heavy now. "Get me every atmospheric scrubber unit in the capital's emergency inventory," he said. "Deploy them to the residential districts. Not the palace, the residential districts." He said this because deploying them to the palace was what a man protecting himself did, and he was not willing, in this room, to be that man visibly. "And get me the human transmission frequency." The room moved. The generals moved with the controlled urgency of professionals who had been given something to do, which was better than the alternative, which was standing in a room with a descending graph and nothing to do but watch it descend. There was a quality of relief in the movement that Malachor noticed and filed without comment. Relief that action was available, even action as inadequate as atmospheric scrubbers in residential districts, because action meant the situation was not yet fully beyond response. The communications officer had the frequency up in 40 seconds. The frequency was silent, completely silent. Not static. Not the background noise of an open channel. A clean, deliberate silence, the silence of a frequency that was being monitored and maintained and had simply chosen not to transmit anything. The humans were not transmitting. The humans had not transmitted anything since the initial ransom text, 22 hours ago. The countdown timer running on every screen and visor and reticle in the capital counted down without commentary. The humans held their positions and their silence and their cold blue lights and let the graph do the speaking. The graph was saying, "You have less than you had an hour ago." It was saying, "And the rate at which you are losing it is increasing." It was saying, "And there is no lever on your side that slows this." Malachor listened to the silent frequency for 11 seconds. The silence was information. It said, "We do not need to speak to you," it said. "The graph is speaking for us." It said, "We are waiting, and waiting costs us nothing, and you are the ones who do not have time." Then he closed it. Outside, the spheres burned their patient cold blue, each one brighter than it had been an hour ago, and the air in the war chamber was thin enough that the briefing officer who had stopped mid-sentence had sat down without being asked, and nobody in the room had said anything about it, because there was nothing to say that the atmospheric graph was not already saying more clearly. Chapter 9. Total atmospheric repossession. They were not looting for money. This was the detail that the capital's emergency response coordinators would note in every subsequent report. The detail that separated what was happening in the streets from every prior civil disturbance in the city's recorded history. In prior disturbances, food shortages, political crises, the 3 documented incidents of large-scale public unrest in the past century, the pattern had been consistent: portable wealth, luxury goods, stored commodities with resale value. The things people took when social order briefly failed were the things people understood as valuable when social order was operating. Wealth was a social consensus, and when social consensus fractured, the things that wealth could buy fractured with it. What was being taken from the capital's distribution centers and emergency supply warehouses and medical facilities in the hours of the second day was not wealth. It was portable oxygen generation equipment. It was atmospheric scrubbing units of the kind normally used in sealed industrial environments. It was diving apparatus, rebreather systems, compressed air cylinders, the kind of equipment sold in the harbor district's maritime supply shops for deep water work and recreational diving and emergency flood response. It was surgical oxygen apparatus, wheeled out of clinic storage rooms by people who had no clinical training and no particular plan beyond the understanding that the equipment in these rooms contained breathable air in a form that could be physically held and physically carried and physically controlled. They were looting for the medium of existence. The mathematics of what was being taken and what was available did not resolve. This was the second detail in the emergency coordinator's reports, noted alongside the first. There was not enough portable oxygen generation equipment in the capital's entire emergency inventory to meaningfully supply 9 million people experiencing simultaneous altitude effects. The equipment that existed had been stockpiled for industrial accidents, for localized atmospheric contamination events, for the kind of emergency that affected a building or a city block or, in the worst cataloged scenarios, a district. It had not been stockpiled for a planetary emergency because the category of planetary atmospheric emergency had not previously existed in the Empire's emergency planning framework. The stockpile was adequate for what it had been designed for. It was not designed for this. The scrubbing units that Malachor had deployed to the residential districts, a decision made hours ago in a war chamber where the atmospheric reading was 78% of standard, were gone within 40 minutes of deployment. Not stolen by a coordinated effort, not seized by organized groups with any plan beyond the immediate. Surrounded, dismantled by improvised means, the components separated and distributed among the people immediately present in a chaotic, urgent division of resources that had no framework except proximity and desperation. The emergency response teams that arrived to manage the distribution had nothing to manage. There was nothing left. They stood in the streets with their empty hands and the people around them, and the blue light of the containment spheres overhead, and they did what they could, which was to stand there and not add to the disorder. The capital's streets had not emptied in the way that streets empty during bombardments, when people go underground and stay there and wait for an all-clear signal. They had filled instead, not with crowds moving toward anything or away from anything, but with the specific human motion of populations trying to solve an immediate problem that cannot be solved by movement. People carrying things. People arguing over things. People moving in 3 directions simultaneously, reconsidering, moving again. The city's transit system had shut down when the pressure in the tunnel ventilation systems dropped below the safety threshold for enclosed spaces, a threshold that had been set conservatively, as safety thresholds are, which meant the tunnels were still technically survivable, but the automated system didn't know that, and the automated system was what ran the trains. In the upper districts, where the altitude was higher and the pressure correspondingly lower, and the effect of the extraction therefore more advanced, people were moving differently than in the lower city. Not faster, slower, with the measured, deliberate economy of bodies that had learned through direct physical experience that exertion consumed oxygen they did not have to spare. Groups of people sitting against building walls, not from exhaustion but from calculation. Conversations conducted in shorter sentences than the people having them would normally use, not because they had less to say, but because longer sentences required breath that longer sentences did not justify. A shop owner in the commercial district had locked his door and put a sign in the window that said, in 6 words, "No inventory that helps with this." He was correct. He sat behind his locked door and breathed. A woman in the government district, a civil administrator who had been at her desk when the first pressure events began and had stayed at her desk through the morning because her job was to be at her desk, finally stood, gathered her identification documents and nothing else, and began walking toward her residential district at a pace she had determined instinctively was the pace at which she could cover the most ground per unit of oxygen consumed. She had not consciously calculated this. Her body had. Her body was doing a great deal of quiet, urgent work that her conscious mind was not fully informed of. She passed 3 people sitting on the pavement against a building's exterior wall, heads back, breathing with the specific, open-mouthed quality of people whose respiratory systems were working at capacity. She did not stop to help them. She understood, with the direct clarity of cognition operating at reduced capacity, reasoning in the most essential terms available, that she could not carry anyone and she could not give anyone any of her air. She kept walking. The blue light from the spheres overhead was visible even in daylight now, a cold luminescence that the daylight could not fully wash out. In orbit, the harvest fleet held its geometric positions with the patience of systems that had been set to a task and had no competing priorities. The containment spheres had crossed 60% of rated capacity during the night and were approaching 70 now. They were not simply bright anymore. They were the brightest objects in the sky above Aethelgard, brighter than the capital's primary moon, casting shadows that moved as the planet rotated, throwing cold blue light across the city streets in a way that made the city look like a place lit from above by something that should not have been there. Which was exactly what it was. The Harvest Fleet's communications officer flagged the emergency broadcast system access point at 0800 hours and confirmed it was open. The Imperial emergency broadcast infrastructure had been designed for planetary disaster response, the kind of system that existed to push information outward to a panicking population, not to receive information from outside the planet's surface. Its uplink architecture had been designed by engineers who had been thinking about earthquakes and industrial accidents and the rare but documented possibility of a severe weather event requiring mass evacuation coordination. The engineers had not been thinking about a scenario in which the broadcast system would be accessed from orbit by a fleet that had no weapons. The security architecture that protected the system's uplink was designed to prevent unauthorized transmissions from surface-based sources, encrypted, authenticated, robust against the kind of intrusion that an organized saboteur on the ground might attempt. It had not been designed to prevent access from above, because nothing had ever needed to prevent access from above, because the threat model that the security engineers had been given did not include 14 industrial platforms in low orbit, with communications equipment operating on civilian broadcast frequencies. The access handshake took 43 seconds. Then every screen on the planet connected to the emergency broadcast network. Every public display surface, every personal communications device enrolled in the mandatory civic alert system. Every visor and reticle in the Imperial Military Standard Field Kit, received the same image simultaneously. It arrived without any warning signal, without the standard emergency broadcast tone that preceded official planetary communications. It simply appeared. It was not a message. It was two things side by side. On the left, a countdown timer, rendered in the largest possible display format, in the imperial standard numerals that every citizen of the Empire could read without translation. It showed the time remaining until the atmospheric pressure on the planet's surface reached the level at which unprotected human analog physiology could no longer sustain consciousness. Not the level at which survival was impossible, the level before that, the level at which the population stopped being able to make decisions, stopped being able to act, stopped being able to do anything except be in the process of dying from hypoxia. The timer was not at zero. It was not near zero. But it was counting, and it was counting downward, and the number it would reach was not a number that anyone looking at it could interpret as anything other than what it was. On the right, a live feed from a camera mounted inside a cell somewhere on the planet's surface. The image was clear, well lit, deliberately composed. In the frame, seated against a wall with his diplomatic attire torn, and his face bearing the specific constellation of bruising and contusion that accumulated over days of captivity in a place where medical care was not provided, was Ambassador Thorne. He was alive. He was conscious. He was breathing, which was visible in the movement of his chest, which was the most important piece of information in the image, and had been placed there deliberately. The camera angle and the lighting had been chosen to make that movement visible, to make it unmistakable, to make it impossible to watch this image and not understand that the man in the cell was sustaining a biological process that 9 million people on the planet's surface were finding increasingly effortful. He looked at the camera with the deliberate, measured patience of a man who had decided that expressions were expenditure he could not afford. 23 years of diplomatic practice condensed into stillness. He did not look frightened. He did not look angry. He did not perform anything for the camera because he understood, in the way that Thorne understood most things, that the camera required nothing from him, that his presence in the frame was already the complete content of the message, and anything he added to it would be noise. He did not look defeated. He looked like he was waiting. He had been waiting, with that quality of patience, for 2 days. He was prepared to wait longer. He had very good practice at waiting. The image held. The timer counted. In the capital streets, on the screens of personal devices that people had stopped looking at, because looking at devices required a quality of attention that was becoming harder to sustain, the image arrived, and people looked at it. They looked at it because it had appeared on every surface simultaneously in the way that only emergency broadcasts appeared, and emergency broadcasts required attention, and the part of the population's cognition that processed emergency signals was still functioning at the reflex level even as the higher-order functions slowed. They looked at the countdown timer, and they looked at the man in the cell, and they looked at the countdown timer again, and then most of them looked up. The spheres were visible from the streets. They had been visible since the previous night. Every person who looked up from their personal device in that moment could see, in the sky above the capital, the source of both items in the image, the source of the countdown and the source of the man, which was the same source, which was 14 cold blue lights arranged in a patient geometric ring above everything. The countdown timer required no interpretation. The battered man in the cell required no explanation. The juxtaposition of the two required no annotation. It said, "Here is the person you did this to." It said, "Here is what happens to a civilization that did this to one person." It said, "Here is the number of hours your population has before the decision you made becomes irreversible." It did not say who was responsible for the decision. It did not name an emperor or a Praetorian guard or a policy or a chain of command. The countdown timer was not pointed at any individual. It was pointed at the planet. The planet understood. In the war chamber, the image appeared on every display surface simultaneously, and Malachor looked at it for a long moment without speaking. Vasher stood at his customary position. The generals around the table were very still. Not the controlled stillness of military discipline, but the physical stillness of people who had slowed their movements in response to what their bodies were telling them about the available air. The image of Thorne sat in the frame. The countdown timer ran. The room was breathing carefully, as it had been breathing carefully for hours, but the quality of the stillness had changed. It had the texture of people who had just had something confirmed that they had been working very hard not to confirm. The specific heaviness of a room that has stopped arguing with a conclusion and started living inside it. Nobody spoke. There was nothing to say that the timer was not already saying. Malachor looked at Thorne's face on the display. Thorne looked back at the camera. 23 days ago, in a neutral zone that the Empire had treated as a prop and a demonstration of power, Thorne had been removed from a conference table and put in a cell, and the Empire had believed that this made Thorne a resource, and the Empire a holder of leverage. The image on the display described, with clean and total clarity, how that calculation had resolved. The lever had always been somewhere else. The humans had simply waited for the Empire to discover where. The countdown timer ran on every surface. Thorne breathed in his cell and waited. The spheres held their cold blue light above the planet, and the city moved slowly through its streets in the oxygen-conserving shuffle of a population in the process of understanding, one breath at a time, that the invincible empire they had been born into was being made to kneel by a tool, not a weapon, by physics, by patience, by 14 industrial platforms that had been waiting in an ice cloud for 16 months for someone to make the mistake that would justify their use. The mistake had been made. The timer said so. Chapter 10. The Terms of Breathable Air. The text appeared without a sound. That was the first thing every person who later described receiving it noted. Not its content, not what it demanded, not the countdown figure it specified. The absence of sound. The emergency broadcast tone that had preceded every official planetary communication in living memory, the familiar two-note signal that told a population to attend, was not there. There was no signal. There was no preamble. Every screen that had been running the countdown timer and the image of Thorne simply replaced those images with text, in the same moment, across the entire planet, without any indication that a transition was coming. The text was white on black, Imperial Standard script, the font used in official government communications, not chosen for any particular effect, chosen because it was the font that every literate being on this planet had learned to read in school and could parse without effort even at reduced cognitive capacity, which was, at this point in the operation, a meaningful design consideration. The characters were large, larger than necessary for standard reading distance, the kind of size chosen for people who were having difficulty with focus, for whom the automatic cognitive process of reading had become effortful enough that assistance was warranted. The text was a single paragraph. It did not have a sender identification. It did not begin with a salutation. It began with a number. You have 30 minutes of breathable atmosphere remaining. Deliver the ambassador to the extraction coordinates, or we take the rest. We will not ask twice. That was all. No elaboration, no context, no diplomatic phrasing that softened the demand into something more comfortable to receive. The coordinates followed the text in a standard navigational format, a specific location in the capital's government district, a plaza that had been designated a civilian open space and therefore had no military fortifications and no atmospheric sealing infrastructure, and was accessible from the street on all four sides. The 30 minutes was not an accurate figure in the sense of describing the current extraction rate. The Harvest Fleet's telemetry showed that the atmospheric pressure was not at the 30-minute threshold yet. It was at approximately the 2-hour threshold, at the rate the manifolds were currently running. But the extraction rate was accelerating, and the acceleration itself was accelerating, and the manifolds were not at maximum capacity. The manifolds had significant additional capacity that they were not using. The 30 minutes was not a statement about the current rate. It was a statement about the rate that was available if the humans chose to use it, which they had not yet chosen to use, which meant that the 30 minutes was a true figure in the specific sense that the humans could make it a true figure at any moment they selected. The text said 30 minutes. The subtext, which required no particular intelligence to read, was, "We have been going slowly. We do not have to go slowly." This was the content of the message that nobody who received it had the cognitive resources to fully parse in the moment of receiving it. The distinction between the current rate and the available rate, the implication that the pace of the operation had been a choice rather than a constraint. But every person who received the message understood it at the level of the body rather than the mind. Understood it the way the body understood extreme cold before the conscious processing had finished, as a direct communication between the circumstances and the nervous system, requiring no interpretation, arriving complete. The body said, "This will get worse faster than you thought." The body was correct. In the vault beneath the palace's eastern wing, Ambassador Thorne was informed of the message's transmission by the sound of his cell door. He had been sitting with his back against the wall and his hands on his knees, breathing in the measured way he had been breathing for 2 days, the specific economy of a man who understood that every unnecessary exertion was a withdrawal from an account that was not being replenished. He had not been sleeping. He did not know precisely what time it was, because the cell had no windows and the light had not changed since they had put him here. He had been counting his breaths as a way of tracking time, which was inexact but was the only instrument available. The door opened. 2 Praetorian guards entered. They did not speak to him, which was consistent with their behavior for the duration of his captivity. He did not speak to them, which was consistent with his own. They took his arms, one on each side, the grip firm, professional, the same grip that had moved him from the summit station to the dropship to this vault, and walked him out. He catalogued the route as they moved, the staircase configuration, the corridor lengths, the condition of the administrative offices they passed through, mostly empty, the surfaces that should have been active and staffed, showing the specific abandoned quality of spaces whose occupants had left in a hurry or had simply stopped coming. The lighting in the upper corridor was dimmer than standard, a power management decision or a failing system, or both. The air in the upper corridor was cold and thin in a way that the cell had not been, because the cell's smaller volume had held its oxygen content somewhat better than the larger spaces above it. He walked into the war chamber and noted the displays and the countdown timer and the generals and, last, the Emperor. The war chamber was cold, not the comfortable cool of a climate-controlled room, but the specific cold of a space whose heating system had been running for too long on recycled air, that was losing the quality that made heating it meaningful. The displays on every surface showed the text of the transmission. The countdown timer that had replaced it on the public broadcast was now running in the corner of each display, white on black, counting in imperial standard numerals that everyone present could read without effort. Malachor was seated. This was the first thing Thorne noted, not the Emperor's appearance, not the state of the room, not the generals who were standing in positions that suggested they had not sat down in some time. That Malachor was seated, in a chair that had been moved from its normal position to a place closer to the wall, in a posture that was maintaining its formal architecture at visible effort. The armor was still on. The armor was always on. The armor looked in this light at this atmospheric pressure considerably heavier than it had looked in the briefing documents Thorne had reviewed before the summit. Thorne was placed in a standing position 2 meters from the Emperor, and the guard stepped back. He breathed deliberately, slowly, in the measured way he had been breathing since the previous day, when the cell's atmospheric conditions had declined enough to require it. He had been managing his oxygen consumption with the specific discipline of someone who understood, from professional experience, that panic consumed oxygen at a rate that calm did not, and that calm was therefore not merely an emotional choice but a physiological strategy. He looked at Malachor. Malachor looked at him with the eyes of a man whose cognition was operating in the specific way that reduced oxygen availability produced in the human analog physiology. Slightly slower to arrive at conclusions, slightly more effort required to maintain the focus on any one thought, the mental equivalent of moving through resistance. He was not incapacitated. He was impaired in the specific partial way that was perhaps more distressing than full incapacitation, because he was impaired enough to feel the impairment and still coherent enough to understand what it meant. He had brought Thorne here because Thorne was the one resource he still possessed that the transmission had assigned value to. The transmission said to deliver the ambassador. That meant the ambassador's location was a variable that the humans were paying attention to. That meant Thorne was a thing the humans wanted, which was a form of leverage, which meant Malachor still had something. He was working through the logic of this slowly, in the way that reduced cognitive capacity slowed logical processing when Thorne spoke. "It seems," Thorne said, in the deliberate, measured cadence of a man allocating words the way a person in a desert allocated water, precisely without waste, each one chosen to do the maximum work per unit of expenditure. "A storm is brewing outside, Your Majesty." He paused for a single controlled breath. "Have you noticed the air growing thin?" The question did not require an answer. It was not a question in the conventional sense. It was an observation, phrased as a question, offered in the formal diplomatic register that Thorne used for everything, rendered in the specific slow rhythm of a man who had learned to speak economically in a room where oxygen was a finite resource. It contained no triumph. It contained no anger. It contained a quality of patient acknowledgement, as though the situation it described was a weather pattern that Thorne had observed approaching from a considerable distance, and had watched arrive at the exact time and place he had anticipated. Malachor looked at him for a long moment. Then Malachor looked at the countdown timer on the nearest display. The timer was running. It was not running quickly. Timers never ran quickly, regardless of what they counted toward. But it was running, and the number it showed was a number that Malachor understood, with a clarity that cut through the cognitive reduction imposed by the thin air, was a number that would become smaller regardless of anything he did or did not do, unless he did the specific thing the transmission specified. He had brought Thorne here because Thorne was leverage. He had brought Thorne here to look at the leverage and confirm it was in his possession and feel the security of possessing it. This was what rulers did with leverage. They held it and confirmed its existence, and drew from its existence the authority to act from a position of strength. He was looking at Thorne. He was looking at a man who was breathing carefully to conserve oxygen in a room that was losing oxygen. Thorne was, at this atmospheric pressure, a biological system with a finite and declining supply of the resource it required to continue operating. Malachor was, at this atmospheric pressure, the same thing. The leverage was not leverage. A hostage is leverage when the holder of the hostage can wait. Malachor could not wait. The countdown timer was not counting toward a point at which Malachor's position became untenable. It was counting toward a point at which Malachor's position ceased to exist. The most powerful man in the galaxy looked at the ambassador he was holding hostage and understood, in the slow, resistant way that minds under oxygen deficit arrived at unwanted conclusions, that he was not holding a hostage. He was holding a man who was breathing the same diminishing air he was breathing in a room that was getting colder and thinner by the minute, next to a timer that was counting toward the moment at which the distinction between a prisoner and a jailer became irrelevant because the medium that sustained both of them had run out. He had nothing. He had had nothing since the humans had appeared in low orbit above his world and done something that none of his weapons had a category for. He had had nothing since the atmospheric pressure began its decline. He had had nothing since his interceptors fell from the sky and his shields held and his fleet floated in the outer system, and his generals put their hands on tables to steady themselves, and his war chamber breathed in careful, insufficient increments. He had a man in a cell. He had always only had a man in a cell. The man in the cell had never been the resource. The man in the cell had been the pretext, the thing the humans were pointing at to explain why they were doing what they were doing, the official reason that a civilization might offer for a response that had been planned and prepared and staged for 16 months before the man in the cell had ever been put there. The man in the cell had not been taken because he was valuable. He had been taken because the Empire had wanted to demonstrate that it could take him. The humans had responded by demonstrating something else, and the people who had come for the man in the cell had not needed to storm the cell. They had simply made it impossible to keep him. Thorne waited. He was very good at waiting. He had been waiting for 2 days in conditions that would have broken a less disciplined person, and he had not been broken, and he was not broken now, and his breathing was steady and deliberate and showed nothing. Outside the palace windows, the spheres held their cold blue light above the city. The streets were quiet in the way that streets become quiet when movement has become expensive and the population has learned to conserve. The countdown timer ran on every surface. The government plaza, the coordinates specified in the transmission, was empty in the specific way of a space that people had left recently and for reasons that had nothing to do with any announcement. A clearing that had happened because the planet's population had understood, without being told, that the designated space was about to be used for something that they should not be adjacent to. The plaza waited. The cold blue light fell across its paving stones in a pattern that the plaza's architects had not designed for. The timer counted. Malachor looked at Thorne, and Thorne looked back with the measured, patient quality of a man who had been waiting for 2 days and was prepared to wait longer and had nothing he needed to say that the situation was not already saying. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing left to say that the timer was not already saying with considerably more authority than either of them possessed. The most powerful man in the known galaxy sat in a chair that was closer to the wall than its normal position, in armor that had never felt heavy until today, in a room where the air was cold and thin and getting thinner, looking at the man he had put in a cell and understanding, at last, that the man he had put in a cell was not his prisoner. He never had been. He had been the deadline. Chapter 11. The Kinetic Counterattack. The order reached Admiral Dren's command channel at 1100 hours, and he read it twice before acknowledging receipt. Not because it was unclear. The order was clear in the specific way that orders issued from desperation tended to be clear, stripped of the qualifying language and tactical caveats that accompanied orders issued from a position of considered strength, reduced to its functional core. Engage the human fleet with all available kinetic and railgun armament, and destroy or disable the vessels currently in low orbit above the capital. Full authorization, immediate execution, no further confirmation required. It was the order he had been waiting for since the day the human fleet appeared in low orbit, and his targeting systems had found nothing classifiable as a threat. For 22 days he had sat in the wrong part of the system, watching an engagement he had no role in, with every weapon on every ship fully operational and fully useless, because the weapon his fleet needed was not a railgun and not a kinetic broadside and not any of the systems his fleet had been built to deploy. For 22 days he had been a bystander to a conflict being conducted in a register his entire career had not prepared him for. Now he had an order. The order said to do the thing he had been trained for. He read it twice because he wanted to be certain he had read it correctly, and had not been so eager for it to say what it said that he had misread it. He had not. He acknowledged receipt and turned to his tactical officer and gave the engagement order in the precise, technical language that translated a directive into a fleet action. For 22 days his fleet had been waiting. It fired. The Imperial Armada had been in blockade formation for 22 days. The transition from blockade posture to attack posture took 11 minutes, which was within the fleet's documented response parameters for uncontested engagement, the kind of engagement where the target was not maneuvering, not deploying countermeasures, not attempting to close distance or break contact. The human vessels in low orbit were doing none of these things. They had not moved since they arrived. Their energy signatures remained unchanged. No weapons charging, no shield augmentation, no drive activity that suggested any awareness of or response to the fleet's transition to attack posture. They had received no communications from the Harvest Fleet since the fleet's arrival. They had sent none. The engagement that was about to occur was, from the human fleet's observable behavior, an event they had not been informed of and were not concerned about. They were sitting still. Dren's tactical officer noted, during the solution computation, that firing upon stationary targets without return fire was a category of engagement that the fleet's operational planning documents addressed primarily in the context of orbital bombardment of fixed installations. The human vessels were not fixed installations, and were not on a planetary surface, and were not behaving like military assets that intended to survive the next 30 minutes. The tactical officer noted this and did not say it out loud, because noting the strangeness of a situation was not the same as having grounds to countermand a direct engagement order from the Emperor. The solutions were clean, the confidence ratings were high. He gave them to Dren. Dren's targeting officers ran solutions on all 14 contacts simultaneously. The solutions were, by every technical measure, straightforward. The range was within optimal engagement parameters for the fleet's primary railgun batteries. The targets were stationary. The orbital geometry gave clean firing corridors on every contact without requiring significant fleet repositioning. The targeting computers ran their calculations and returned confidence ratings that Dren's officers had only seen matched in live fire exercises against tethered drone targets. He gave the order to fire. The railgun discharge was a physical event as much as a tactical one, a sustained, rolling concussion that traveled through the flagship's hull from the moment the first battery opened up to the moment the last one cycled, the vibration of kinetic mass being accelerated to a fraction of light speed moving through the deck plating and the chair backs and the bones of everyone on the command deck. The sound was not the sound of weapons, exactly. In vacuum, the discharge itself produced no acoustic event. The sound was structural, the resonance of the ship responding to forces that ran along its spine each time a battery fired, and that sound was the most familiar sound in Dren's professional life after the sound of his own voice giving orders. Every person on the bridge felt it. 23 years of naval experience had given Dren a specific quality of attention for that sensation. The felt evidence that the fleet's primary capability was being expressed, that the accumulated mass of construction years and training hours and maintenance cycles were producing the output they had been built to produce. He had felt it in 3 engagements and in dozens of exercises, and in the quarterly certification firings that kept the fleet's crews current and its systems confirmed operational. It had never failed to reassure him. He held on to the reassurance for the duration of the volley. Then the volley ended and the results arrived, and the reassurance had nothing to attach to anymore. The volley was massive. The combined kinetic output of the Imperial blockade fleet firing in coordinated salvo was, by any measure available to the tactical record, one of the largest concentrated applications of kinetic force in the Empire's military history in this region of space. The rounds left the railgun batteries at velocities that made the intervening distance between the blockade fleet and low orbit a measurement in seconds. On the tactical display, the volley showed as a dense cloud of contact traces moving toward the 14 human vessels in the tight, coherent pattern of a well-coordinated broadside. The rounds entered the siphon field at different points along the field's perimeter, depending on their trajectory, but the effect on each of them was the same, and it was immediate. The hypergravitational current created by 14 Aeros-Class manifolds operating in synchronized extraction mode was not a phenomenon that the fleet's targeting computers had been designed to model, because it had not existed before this operation, and the people who designed the targeting computers had not anticipated it. What the current amounted to, in physical terms, was a region of space between the fleet and the human vessels, where the density of moving atmospheric matter, compressed and accelerated on its way to the collection manifolds, created a gravitational gradient that conventional targeting trajectories had not been calculated to account for. The rounds entered that gradient, and the gradient treated them the way a river current treats a stone dropped into it from above. Not by stopping them, not by deflecting them along a predictable path, but by redirecting their momentum in a direction that the current was moving and that the original trajectory had not predicted. The heavy railgun rounds did not simply miss. Missing implied a deviation from an intended path that was clean and visible and measurable. What happened to the railgun rounds was more complicated than missing. They entered the field on the trajectories the targeting computers had calculated, and then the trajectories ceased to be accurate descriptions of what the rounds were doing, and the rounds continued to move at high velocity in directions that the targeting computers had not predicted, and none of those directions terminated at the hull of any human vessel. Some of the rounds were pulled into the containment streams directly, caught by the full force of the extraction current at close range, and carried inward with it at the atmospheric flow rate, which at that proximity was considerably higher than the round's remaining velocity in their deceleration arc. They entered the collection manifold architecture at speeds the manifolds had not been rated for and were not harmed by, because the manifolds had been designed to contain atmospheric matter moving at comparable velocities, and a kinetic round was, at the level of physics that governed intake manifolds, simply matter with a particular mass moving at a particular speed. The manifold architecture had tolerances. The rounds were within them. The debris that emerged from the compression process was not a railgun round anymore. It was compacted, deformed metal in a supercooled liquid matrix, stored alongside the extracted atmosphere of the planet it had been fired from, in a containment sphere that was getting brighter by the minute. The Empire's ammunition was inside the collection vessels. It was now part of what the Empire was being charged for. Some of the rounds passed through the edge of the field and emerged on the far side with their trajectories altered by varying degrees, enough to carry them past the human vessels on divergent paths, continuing outward into the orbital debris field above the planet, eventually achieving stable or decaying orbits that posed no risk to anything except future navigation in the sector. Some of the rounds detonated. Missile ordnance fired in the second salvo reached the field perimeter, and the warheads responded to the pressure event as they had been designed to respond, by detonating when an unexpected force threshold was exceeded. They detonated in the siphon field at range before reaching the human vessels, and the explosive yield was absorbed by the atmospheric flow the same way the kinetic rounds had been, the shock waves dissipating into the stream rather than propagating outward into the vacuum. On the Harvest Fleet's command deck, the telemetry that monitored the field's structural integrity showed brief fluctuations during the heaviest concentrations of incoming ordnance, and then the fluctuations settled. The sensor officer watched the data for 30 seconds after the last fluctuation resolved, then reported, Imperial Kinetic Barrage Impact Rate on Harvest Fleet Assets, 0. Manifold integrity across all 14 vessels nominal. Containment sphere status unchanged. The field absorbed the remainder. Reyes had been watching the tactical display's representation of the incoming volley, the dense cloud of traces moving through the intervening space, the deflection events as each round entered the field, the paths the rounds took after entering it. The display looked, at the scale she was viewing it, like watching a current in a stream redirect debris, a physical process governed by the geometry of fluid dynamics rather than the exchange of forces between opposing military systems. She thought about the engineers who had designed the fleet's hyperdense containment architecture to safely funnel volatile gases from point A to point B without leakage, and what the density of that flowing medium meant for any object attempting to pass through it. She thought about the specific decision, documented in the project files, dated to a meeting 14 months ago in a classified conference room in an installation that did not officially exist, to route the containment streams between the collection manifolds and the siphon vessels in a configuration that placed the densest part of the atmospheric flow in the space between the harvest fleet and any incoming trajectory. The meeting notes framed it as an operational efficiency consideration. It was. It was also a shield made of the planet's own sky, positioned between the fleet and the people trying to shoot at it. The Empire's best ammunition was being stopped by the Empire's own atmosphere. The irony was not one she needed to point out. The tactical display was pointing it out already, in the language of deflected contact traces and zero-impact readings, and the quiet, ongoing accumulation of containment sphere fill percentages. "They're trying to shoot us through a localized black hole made of their own weather," she said. "Let them waste their ammunition." The second salvo was already on its way. The third would follow within minutes. The Imperial Armada, to its credit, did not stop firing after the first volley failed to produce results. It had been built for persistence as much as power. The doctrine of overwhelming kinetic force applied until the target ceased to exist required, as a prerequisite, the willingness to keep applying it. The fleet fired. The field deflected. The targets did not cease to exist. On the tactical display, the barrage's contact traces continued their deflected paths into the orbital debris field and the containment streams and the unreachable distances beyond, and each successive volley showed the same result as the one before it, because the physics governing the result had not changed between the first volley and the fifth, and would not change between the fifth and the 50th. The field was the field. The rounds were rounds. The field did not tire. The rounds were finite. Dren watched the fifth volley's results arrive and sat with the specific stillness of a man who had been given a clear order, had executed it with full professional competence, and had produced an outcome that professional competence could not have altered because the constraint on the outcome was not competence. He had fired the largest coordinated kinetic volley in this region's recorded military history. He had run the targeting solutions at the highest confidence ratings his systems could produce. He had coordinated the fire across his entire fleet with timing precision that the Imperial Naval Academy's training exercises called for but rarely achieved in practice. The human vessels had not been damaged. They had not moved. The extraction telemetry that fed to the planetary monitoring systems continued its steady accumulation without interruption. The containment spheres were past 75% of rated capacity. The atmospheric pressure on the planet's surface had dropped another measurable fraction while the barrage was being conducted. The extraction had continued during the entire engagement, unconcerned, because the engagement had not been a threat to the extraction, and the systems conducting the extraction had not been required to respond to it. The planet had lost another fraction of its sky while the Armada fired into a field of moving air. The Armada had not touched the sky. It could not touch the sky. The sky was the weapon, and you could not fire at the weapon without firing it yourself. Dren sent a single-line report to the Planetary Defense Commander and closed the channel. It said, "No effect." He did not elaborate, because no effect was the complete information, and elaborating would have required him to describe a physical situation that he was still in the process of fully accepting, and the process of acceptance did not produce language that would have improved on the two-word summary. Outside the flagship's viewports, in the orbital debris field that the volley had populated with tumbling, useless metal, the planet turned in its orbit with its cold blue lights, and its thinning sky and its silent human fleet, and the debris turned with it in a slow, aimless constellation of the Empire's best kinetic capability, rendered inert by the medium it had been trying to fire through. None of the debris was touching any of the 14 vessels it had been fired at. The kinetic capability of the most powerful armada in the known galaxy had become, in the space of 40 minutes, a slowly decaying debris field above a planet that was still losing air. It would keep losing air. The Armada had nothing left to offer about that. Chapter 12. Siphon shields. The barrage was still running. This was the third thing that struck Reyes's tactical officer as significant. Not the first, which was that the incoming rounds were deflecting, and not the second, which was the zero impact rate confirmed after the first full volley, but the third, that the Imperial Armada, having fired a complete coordinated broadside and received no result, had begun a second salvo without pause. And then a third. The fleet in the outer system was generating the largest sustained kinetic output in this sector's recorded history, and it was doing so with the patient, mechanical persistence of a system operating exactly as it had been designed to operate, producing exactly the result that the system had been designed to produce. And the result was nothing. The result was nothing, and the system kept producing it. This quality of the barrage, its persistence in the absence of results, was something Reyes had observed before in a different form. She had observed it in the project planning meetings, in the months before deployment, when briefing documents were reviewed and objections were raised and the objections were answered by reference to physics and the physics was acknowledged, and the objections were raised again in slightly different language. People who had committed to a system of assumptions did not abandon those assumptions quickly. They applied the assumptions more vigorously. The Imperial Armada had been built on the assumption that kinetic force, applied with sufficient coordination and volume, resolved military situations. The assumption was being tested and failing, and the response was more kinetic force applied with more coordination and volume. The Armada would fire until something changed or something ran out. Nothing was going to change. They're going to run out of ammunition before they damage anything, the tactical officer said. He said it in the flat, careful voice of someone who had checked the math twice before saying it out loud. Reyes was looking at the impact rate display. 0%. The figure had not changed across 6 volleys. She had been watching it with the same quality of attention she brought to the extraction telemetry, a direct practical engagement with data that was performing exactly as the models predicted it would perform and would continue to perform exactly as the models predicted. The field integrity monitor had shown brief fluctuations during the heaviest concentrations of incoming ordnance, moments where the density of kinetic mass entering the containment streams had created transient pressure spikes within the manifold architecture. But the spikes had resolved within seconds, and the field had returned to nominal operating parameters each time. This was expected. This was documented in the engineering specifications under the heading Stress Tolerances. Kinetic intrusion events, a heading that the engineers who had written it had framed in the careful language of theoretical planning, and that was now an active operational log entry. The manifolds had been built with safety margins calibrated for the worst-case scenario the engineering team had been willing to model. The incoming rounds were not anywhere near the worst-case scenario. They were in the range labeled routine, which was a word the engineering team had chosen before this operation was authorized, and which now described, without any irony it had not been intended to contain, what it felt like to be on the receiving end of the most concentrated kinetic assault in this sector's recorded history. She understood the physics of it thoroughly, in the same way she understood the physics of the extraction itself, not as a discovery, but as something she had spent 14 months working inside until it had the quality of a physical intuition rather than an intellectual one. When she looked at the deflection data, she did not need to run calculations to understand what she was seeing. She could see the shape of it. The hyper-dense containment stream moved atmospheric matter from the planet's surface to the collection manifolds at velocities determined by the pressure differential. The stream was dense. Dense in the physical sense, a moving column of compressed atmospheric matter whose aggregate mass per cubic meter was considerably higher than that of vacuum or standard atmospheric conditions, because the extraction process concentrated the molecules into a tightly organized flow rather than allowing them to disperse. If you could have stood at the field perimeter and looked into it, you would not have seen air. You would have seen a wall moving at speed with the opacity and density of something much more solid than the gas it had been before the manifolds began working on it. A kinetic round moving through vacuum followed the trajectory it had been given at launch. The vacuum offered no resistance. The trajectory was the trajectory until the round reached its target or didn't. A kinetic round moving through a dense moving medium followed entirely different rules, the same rules governing any object entering any dense medium, whether that medium was water or compressed gas or the condensed atmospheric output of a planetary extraction operation. The medium redirected the object. The magnitude depended on the medium's density and velocity relative to the object's mass and momentum. The Harvest Fleet's engineers had calculated the expected redirection magnitudes for the full range of Imperial kinetic ordnance documented in the mission briefing materials, and their conclusion was that no standard Imperial weapons configuration produced rounds with sufficient mass-to-momentum ratio to maintain original trajectory through the streams. The calculations were correct. She had always expected them to be. Reyes had known the calculations were correct before the first round was fired, in the same way she had known the interceptors would fall before they were scrambled, and the barometric pressure would decline before it declined, and the 30-minute figure in the transmission was achievable before anyone asked whether it was. She had been inside the math for 14 months. The math had not surprised her in 6 volleys and would not surprise her in the 600, but she understood that the tactical officer watching the 0% impact rate display for the first time was experiencing something different. She understood that watching a thing work the way the math said it would work was different from knowing the math. The way watching a bridge hold its design load was different from holding the stress calculations. The confirmation was its own category of information. "Talk me through what you're seeing," she said. Not a request for information. She had the information. A request for the officer to say it out loud, which would make it part of the operational record and would give the officer the specific solidification that came from converting a number on a display into words that described its meaning. He pulled the deflection data onto the primary display, where she and the rest of the command deck could follow. The incoming rounds are entering the containment stream at varying points along the field perimeter. On entry, the stream's velocity and density redirects their momentum. The deflection angle varies by entry point and round mass, but in every case the resulting trajectory doesn't intersect any of our vessels. The heavy railgun rounds are going wide. The lighter kinetic ordnance is going further wide. The missile warheads are detonating on field entry. The pressure event triggers the proximity sensors, and the yield is being absorbed by the stream before it can propagate outward. He paused. The stream is getting slightly denser. The incoming mass is being incorporated into the collection process, Reyes said. The manifolds aren't distinguishing between atmospheric molecules and fragmenting ordnance. It's all matter with a molecular weight within the collection parameters. We're collecting their ammunition. The tactical officer was quiet for a moment. We're collecting their ammunition and storing it in the spheres. She looked at the sphere fill percentage on the secondary display. The number was still climbing, as it had been climbing since the operation began, and it was climbing slightly faster than it had been before the barrage started. Every round they fire adds to our yield. What the Imperial Armada was doing, she thought, but did not say, was paying for the operation. Every salvo reduced the fleet's ammunition reserves and increased the Harvest Fleet's collection volume, and contributed nothing to the Imperial Armada's tactical position. The Armada could fire until it ran dry, and the only record of its effort would be a slight increase in the containment sphere fill percentages and a debris field of spent and fragmented ordnance in decaying orbit above the planet. She had not designed the collection efficiency to function this way. It was an emergent property of a system built to collect matter at high velocity and high density. The system did not care where the matter came from. The manifolds did not have a preference between nitrogen molecules and fragmenting alloy. They collected what entered the stream with the absolute democratic indifference of a physical process. Matter was matter. Velocity was velocity. The manifolds had been built to handle both, and they were handling both. and the fact that some of the matter had been a weapons round 3 seconds earlier was not information that the manifold architecture had a mechanism to care about. She had flagged this property in the project planning documentation as a potential operational consideration, which was the language used for things that might matter under certain circumstances. The documentation had been reviewed and acknowledged, and no one had elevated it to a design constraint, because the scenario in which the Imperial Armada would fire sustained kinetic barrages at the Harvest Fleet, while the Harvest Fleet was actively extracting the planet's atmosphere, was a scenario that had not seemed, at the time of the documentation, like the most important thing to optimize for. It had turned out to be relevant. She had not designed the collection efficiency to function this way. She was not displeased that it did. "They are trying to shoot us through a localized black hole made of their own weather," Reyes said, in the direction of the display and in the tone of someone observing a natural phenomenon rather than expressing a tactical judgment. "Let them waste their ammunition." The 7th volley arrived while she was still speaking. The display showed the contact traces entering the field, bending, diverging onto paths that did not intersect the Harvest Fleet's positions, the missile warheads detonating at the field boundary, the yield absorbed. The sensor officer logged the impact rate, 0%, and the manifold integrity check, nominal, and moved on to the next line of telemetry, which was the extraction rate and the sphere fill percentage and the atmospheric pressure decline rate, which were the numbers that described the operation that was actually happening, as opposed to the engagement that was attempting to interfere with it. The engagement was not interfering with it. The engagement was feeding it. The tactical officer updated the field integrity summary and began drafting the engagement report for the operational log. The log had a standard format for recording hostile engagement events, developed over years of military operations, and refined to capture the relevant data points efficiently: incoming ordnance type, volume, trajectory, impact rate, defensive system response, vessel damage assessment. He worked through the format and reached the vessel damage assessment field and typed 0 and moved on. He reached a field that the format had not previously required him to use, which was the field for unintended operational benefits of hostile engagement events, which existed in the log format as a legacy of an earlier version of the reporting template and had, in his experience, never contained anything. He noted in the operational log that the incoming ordnance was contributing a measurable volume to the collection manifolds, a small percentage of total yield, but real and non-zero, and the format required him to log it. He stared at what he had written for 2 seconds, then formatted it correctly and filed it. The Harvest Fleet was, by every metric the operational log could capture, more successful because the Imperial Armada was shooting at it. The barrage continued. The collection continued. The containment spheres passed 80% of rated capacity. Below them, on the planet's surface, the atmospheric pressure continued its decline with the same patient indifference to the barrage that the collection manifolds had shown. The barrage had not reached the surface. It had not needed to reach the surface to fail to affect the surface. The surface was losing its atmosphere regardless of what was happening in the orbital engagement above it, and the surface did not know, and did not need to know, that the orbital engagement was producing a 0% impact rate because the outcome on the surface was the same either way. The capital streets continued their slow, oxygen-conserving movement. The war chamber continued its careful breathing and its descending graph. Malachor sat in his chair that was closer to the wall than normal, in his armor that had never been heavy until recently, looking at displays that showed the barrage results without comment, because the results were the results and commenting on them did not change them. The countdown timer continued its arithmetic on every surface of the planet. The Armada was firing. The timer did not care. The Imperial Armada's fire had not touched the Harvest Fleet. It had not slowed the extraction. It had not changed anything about the operational picture, except to reduce the Empire's ammunition reserves and increase the Harvest Fleet's collection yield by a small but logged and documented fraction, and to populate the orbital debris field with the material record of everything the Armada had been able to do about the situation, which was now tumbling slowly in decaying orbit above the planet it had been fired from. The Armada fired its 8th volley. Reyes had already moved her attention back to the extraction telemetry. The telemetry was the operation. It had always been the operation. The engagement had been a footnote, a test, a confirmation of physics that did not need confirming because the physics had been confirmed in a classified installation in a nameless system with a gas giant that still had a gap in its banding where an 11-day weather system used to be. The numbers kept climbing. The spheres kept filling. The air kept moving in the direction the manifolds pointed. The Armada's ammunition was finite. The atmosphere the planet had already lost was gone. Those two facts did not occupy the same category. One of them was a resource the Empire had chosen to spend. The other was a resource the Empire had not known it was losing until it was already gone, and would not get back until the humans decided to return it. And the humans had not yet decided. The timer said they had time. They did not have much. Chapter 13. The Escalation. Hypoxia. Vasher noticed when the Emperor stopped completing sentences. It was not a sudden change. It was the kind of change that arrived in increments small enough that each individual increment could be attributed to something other than what it was. Fatigue, distraction, the accumulated stress of a crisis that had been running for 3 days without resolution. Malachor had always been a man who spoke in complete, deliberate constructions, who gave orders in the precise language of someone who understood that imprecision in command generated imprecision in execution. The sentences had been getting shorter since the previous day. The pauses within them had been getting longer. The connections between their component parts had been becoming slightly less visible, slightly harder to follow, as though the logic that normally held them together was running on a smaller supply of whatever logic ran on. Vasher had been watching it and saying nothing, because the information was not yet actionable, and premature escalation of the observation would produce outcomes he judged less useful than continued watching. The moment it became actionable arrived when Malachor stood from his chair to give a direct order to his communications officer, took 3 steps, and stopped. Not because he chose to stop. He stopped because his legs, which had been managing the weight of 23 years of heavy ceremonial armor in a war chamber with atmospheric pressure equivalent to 5,000 meters of altitude, made a calculation that their owner was no longer fully in charge of, and the calculation concluded that the energy required to continue standing was not available from the oxygen currently in the bloodstream, and the muscles responded to this conclusion by doing what muscles did when the oxygen supply fell below their operational threshold. He went down slowly. Not a collapse in the dramatic sense, not a sudden failure of all systems simultaneously. A progressive, sequential yielding, the legs first, then the torso's attempt to correct for the legs, then the arms reaching for the nearest surface, which was the edge of the tactical table, which he caught, and which held him at a partially kneeling position for approximately 4 seconds before the grip failed, and he finished the descent to the floor in the specific way of someone whose body has decided to prioritize keeping the head from striking anything hard over everything else. The descent took perhaps 6 seconds from first to last. In those 6 seconds, no one moved to help him. This was not callousness. It was the specific, terrible stillness of a room full of people who had just understood, in the most direct possible way, that the thing happening to their emperor was not a unique event. It was the first arrival. The room's other occupants were looking at the floor, and at the emperor's armor, and at the 6-second sequence that had just played out, and each of them was running a private calculation about their own position on the same curve, and the calculations were producing results that the room's stillness reflected. The armor rang against the floor. The sound was clear and resonant, the sound of dense metal meeting stone, and it rang in air that was thin enough that the ring was slightly flatter than it should have been. A subtle acoustic artifact of a medium that was losing its capacity to carry sound at full fidelity. The war chamber was very quiet. General Vasher moved first. He crossed to the Emperor with the measured speed of a man who had not yet allowed himself to show urgency, which was a decision rather than a feeling, and knelt beside him and assessed him with the efficiency of a field commander who had seen men go down in conditions less controlled than this and knew what the relevant observations were. Breathing, present, shallow, elevated rate compensating for reduced depth. Pulse, rapid. Color, the specific grayish pallor that hypoxia produced in human analog physiology as the blood prioritized the body's core functions and began rationing oxygen away from the extremities and the skin. Eyes, open, tracking, aware, not unconscious, not fully absent, impaired. Malachor looked at Vasher from the floor with the eyes of a man who understood, in a way that was slower and more effortful than it would have been yesterday, what had just happened to him. He did not speak immediately. Speaking required breath, and breath was expensive, and his body was managing a deficit, and the body's priority ordering did not put speech high on the list. Around the table, the remaining generals were in various stages of the same process Malachor had just reached the end of. Admiral Karras had been seated for the last 2 hours and had not stood since the barrage report came in, which had seemed like a posture choice and was not. His hands were on the table in front of him, flat, in the specific position of a person using a horizontal surface to assist with a task the body normally accomplished without assistance. His eyes were open. He was watching what was happening to the Emperor with the expression of a man watching something that he understood would shortly also happen to him, and was calculating how much time he had. General Hrath, the Empire's ground forces commander, was speaking in sentences that began normally and then ran out of momentum before they reached conclusions, the words slowing and spacing and eventually stopping in the way that speech stopped when the cognitive system managing it had insufficient power to sustain the process through to a grammatical endpoint. He had been a formidably articulate man throughout his career, the kind of officer whose briefings were cited for their clarity, whose orders were legendary for their precision. He was now sitting in his chair generating sentence fragments and not noticing that they were fragments, because the part of cognition responsible for monitoring the output of the part of cognition responsible for generating speech was the part that went first. A colonel at the end of the table had simply stopped contributing to the briefing 30 minutes ago and had not been asked about it, because asking would have required someone else to form a full sentence, and the sentence budget in this room was running low. General Vasher, alone among the senior command, had been rationing his oxygen expenditure with the specific discipline of a field officer who had spent campaigns in environments where rationing was the difference between operational capacity and the alternative. He had been breathing more slowly and more shallowly than the situation seemed to call for. He had been sitting rather than standing whenever standing was not strictly required. He had been speaking in shorter sentences than his usual cadence because shorter sentences were more efficient, and efficiency was the relevant criterion. He had been doing all of this without drawing attention to it, because the moment he drew attention to it was the moment the people around him understood how deliberately he was managing a resource they were all running short of, and that understanding would not improve anyone's performance. He was, by virtue of this discipline, the most functional person in the room. He was not fully functional. He was the most functional of a group that was failing at staggered rates, and he understood with the cold clarity that had been his professional signature for 40 years, that his window of functional advantage was measured in minutes. He needed to do something useful in those minutes. "Get the Emperor to a pressurized medical unit," he said, to the 2 guards who had moved to flank the fallen Emperor when he went down. His voice was level. He had allocated the breath for level. "The Palace Medical Wing's sealed emergency rooms will have supplemental oxygen. Move him." The guards moved. They were Praetorians, the elite, the highest trained personnel in the imperial military hierarchy, selected and conditioned for physical performance under conditions that would reduce standard soldiers to inoperability. They were, at the current atmospheric pressure, breathing in the rapid, shallow pattern of men running at altitude. They were still functional. They could still lift the Emperor. They lifted him. Malachor, horizontal, his armor adding its weight to the burden, looked at the ceiling of the war chamber as they carried him. His eyes moved to Vasher. Vasher met them. There was something in the Emperor's expression that was trying to be the expression of a man in command of his situation and was not quite achieving it. Because command required a cognitive architecture that was operating below the threshold required to perform command convincingly, when the performer was being carried out of his own war chamber by guards who were breathing too fast. Vasher, Malachor said. One word. The word cost him visible effort. I understand, Vasher said. And he did. He understood everything Malachor was trying to say in that one word, and everything Malachor's body was preventing him from saying with more words. He understood what being left in this room meant, at this moment, when the Emperor could no longer stand on his own floor. The guards carried Malachor through the war chamber doors and the doors closed. Vasher stood at the tactical table in a room where the atmospheric pressure was now equivalent to being high on a mountain, whose name nobody had ever bothered to give because nobody had ever wanted to be there. His remaining generals and admirals were in various stages of sitting with their hands on the table's surface, or leaning against the chair backs, or performing the subtle rocking motion that bodies sometimes made when they were working to stay upright against the specific fatigue of sustained inadequate oxygenation. Admiral Karras had his eyes closed, which was not a sign of unconsciousness but was a sign of a body allocating energy away from non-essential sensory processing to keep the essential processes running. The display still ran. The countdown timer ran. The extraction telemetry ran. The atmospheric pressure graph ran its descending line. Vasher looked at the line and did the arithmetic that he had been doing intermittently for the last 6 hours and arriving at the same result. The arithmetic was not complicated. The rate of decline, applied forward in time, produced a number of hours. The number of hours was a small number. At the end of that number, the atmospheric pressure would reach the level at which sustained consciousness was not possible for unprotected human analog physiology. At the level before that, which would arrive before the end of that number, the atmospheric pressure would reach the level at which cognitive function was sufficiently impaired to preclude meaningful decision-making. They were already inside that range. The Emperor's fall was evidence. The quality of his own thoughts, which he assessed with the forensic attention of a man whose most reliable instrument was himself, and who needed to know the current calibration of that instrument, was evidence. He was slower than he should be. The slowness was not yet critical. It was trending. He had minutes. He did not know how many. He had been conserving with professional discipline, and the conservation had bought him ahead of the room's average. But the room's average was approaching the threshold, and he was approaching it too. And the gap between his position on the curve and the room's position on the curve was not large enough that he could afford to spend the minutes on anything that was not the specific action the situation required. He thought about what could be done in minutes with the resources available in this room and in this palace. The resources available in this room and in this palace were declining at the same rate as the atmospheric pressure, and the rate was accelerating, and the trend was not going to reverse without an action that the people in this room were not capable of executing under these conditions, and had not been capable of executing since the humans had appeared in low orbit and declined to engage the armada and begun doing something the armada could not respond to. He thought about the human transmission. He thought about what it asked for, which was the ambassador delivered to a specific location. He thought about where the ambassador currently was, which was in the war chamber he was standing in, seated against the wall under guard, breathing in the same careful, measured way that Thorne had been breathing since the previous day. He thought about the 2 Praetorian guards on Thorne's detail. They were at the far wall, both of them seated, both of them breathing in the rapid, shallow pattern. They were not incapacitated. They were trending. Vasher looked at Thorne. Thorne was looking at him. He had been looking at him, Vasher understood, for some time. Perhaps since before the Emperor had gone down. Perhaps since longer than that. Thorne had been in this room for hours, seated against the wall with his guards, and he had been watching the room with the specific, patient attention of a man who was doing the only useful thing available to him, which was to observe and to understand, and to be ready for the moment the situation required him to be ready. The room's diplomatic briefing documents, which Vasher had read in another life that existed on the other side of 2 days of atmospheric decline, had described Thorne as methodical, slow to trust and slower to speak. They had described him as a man who treated silence as a tool. He was using it now. He had been using it for 2 days. The silence had the quality of something that had been exercised, that had gotten stronger from the exercise, that was precisely calibrated to the shape of the moment it was being preserved for. They looked at each other across a room where the atmospheric graph continued its descent and the countdown timer continued its arithmetic. The Empire's most senior remaining functional officer and the human diplomat who had been put in a cell because someone had believed that putting him in a cell would produce leverage. The moment had a shape. Vasher could see it clearly. He had been seeing it develop for hours with the specific forward modeling clarity of a commander who had spent 40 years learning to read situations before they resolved, and this situation was resolving in the direction it had always been going to resolve. And the only question was the timing and the mechanism, and whether he would be functional enough when the mechanism arrived to be the person who chose to use it. He was not there yet. He needed one more thing to happen first, and one more thing was going to happen. And when it happened, he would be ready to move. He stood at the tactical table and breathed carefully and waited. The brevity cost him almost nothing. The waiting cost him a fraction more. He had the fraction. Outside the palace windows, the spheres held their cold blue light above the city, each one brighter than it had been an hour ago, and the city below them was quiet in the oxygen-conserving way of a city that had been taught by its own biology what silence cost and what speaking cost and had chosen accordingly. The Emperor was being carried to a sealed room with supplemental oxygen. The room would help him. It would not help everyone. Chapter 14. The Escalation. The Ticking Clock. The first scrubber fire started in the palace's eastern maintenance corridor at 0300 hours, and the duty engineer who discovered it understood immediately that it was not a fire he could put out. Not because it was large, it wasn't, not yet. The scrubbing unit was a standard industrial atmospheric processor, the kind rated for sealed manufacturing environments and deployed to the palace district as part of the emergency countermeasures order issued 3 days ago. It had been running at maximum capacity since deployment, which was a sustained operational demand that the unit's design specifications did not rate it for continuously. The design specifications assumed periodic load cycling. Periods of high demand followed by periods of reduced demand during which the thermal management systems could dissipate the heat that high-demand operation generated. The unit had not had a period of reduced demand. It had been running at maximum because the air quality in the palace district had been declining continuously, and the scrubber's maximum output was the only thing standing between the district and the rate of decline that existed without it. The thermal management systems had been dissipating heat as fast as they could. They had not been able to dissipate it as fast as it was being generated. The gap between generation and dissipation had been closing for 31 hours, incrementally, in the way that systems approach their failure threshold when the load they are carrying does not decrease. The gap had closed. The duty engineer stood in the maintenance corridor with a fire suppression canister in his hand, and understood that the fire in front of him was going to continue, because the condition that had caused it had not changed. The scrubber was still running at maximum because the air quality outside the maintenance corridor still required maximum output, and as long as the scrubber ran at maximum, the thermal condition that had produced the fire would continue to produce it, and the suppression canister in his hand addressed the symptom and not the condition, and suppressing the symptom would not save the scrubber and might not save the corridor. He used the canister, He bought the corridor 4 minutes. Then he evacuated it and sealed it and reported up the chain. The chain was slower to respond than it would have been 3 days ago. This was not because the people in the chain had become less competent. It was because the people in the chain were working in atmospheric conditions that had reduced their cognitive processing speed by a proportion that the medical literature, which several of them had read in the previous 48 hours, with the specific attention of people reading their own diagnostic profile, described as significant but not incapacitating at current exposure duration. The response came. It recommended shutdown of the affected unit and assessment of surrounding units for similar thermal conditions. The surrounding units had similar thermal conditions. All of them had been running at maximum capacity for 31 hours in conditions that did not allow load cycling. The assessment produced a recommendation for sequential shutdown. Sequential shutdown meant the atmospheric pressure in the Palace District, which had been declining at a rate that the scrubbers were partially compensating for, would now decline at the rate that existed without the partial compensation. The recommendation acknowledged this. It was the kind of recommendation that acknowledged everything except what to do about the thing it acknowledged, which was the only kind of recommendation available when the available options had all been exhausted. The recommendation had no alternative to offer. The engineers who had written it had understood this. They had spent an additional 2 paragraphs in the documentation establishing that this was not a failure of analysis or a failure of effort, but a failure of available resources against an atmospheric deficit that the palace's entire emergency infrastructure had not been designed to address at planetary scale. The documentation had been thorough. The thoroughness had not made the recommendation better. By the time the sequential shutdown order was transmitted, 2 additional units had reached the same failure threshold as the first, and one of them had not waited for the shutdown order. Its thermal management failure had been more abrupt than the first, a capacitor failure rather than a gradual heat accumulation, and the result was a fire of a different character than the first, brief but intense, in a maintenance room adjacent to the palace's primary power distribution node. The power distribution node was not hardened against fire. It had been hardened against physical breach and against electromagnetic pulse events, and against the kinds of sabotage that the security assessment team had modeled when the palace was last updated 8 years ago. Fire in an adjacent maintenance room had not been in the modeled threat scenarios, because fire in the palace had not been a serious threat scenario for a functional, staffed, maintained building with an operational fire suppression network. The fire suppression network required pressurized water delivery. The pressurization system for the water delivery was electrically operated. The power distribution node served the pressurization system. The power node went down at 0417. The lighting in the palace's northern wing went with it. Not full darkness. The emergency lighting system had its own power supply, but the quality of illumination shifted from functional to minimal. The specific gray dimness of emergency systems designed for evacuation guidance rather than sustained occupancy. The medical equipment in the sealed room where Malachor had been taken had its own power supply. That held. The communication systems had independent power. Those held. The ventilation architecture, which included the fans and circulation systems that moved air through the palace's internal spaces, ran on the main grid. The ventilation went down. The air in the palace's interior spaces had already been declining in quality as the extraction progressed outside. The ventilation system had been one of the mechanisms slowing that decline inside, moving air through the remaining scrubbers, circulating the treated air through the occupied spaces, maintaining the minimal positive pressure differential that kept the interior marginally better than the exterior. Without the ventilation, the treated air in the scrubber-adjacent spaces stayed in those spaces, and the air in the spaces further from the scrubbers received no circulation, and the quality gradient across the building began to express itself in the specific local way of a ventilation failure in a sealed building under atmospheric stress. The war chamber was not adjacent to any of the remaining operational scrubbers. Vasher became aware of the power event through two simultaneous signals: the shift in lighting quality and the change in the ventilation's background noise, which had been a constant presence in the war chamber for 3 days and whose absence was immediately and physically noticeable in the way that a sound you have stopped consciously hearing makes itself known when it stops. The hum had been part of the ambient character of the room. Without it, the room was quieter, in a way that was not the comfortable quiet of a calm environment, but the muffled, slightly wrong quiet of a space where something that should be present was absent. He registered both signals and updated his timeline. The timeline had been compressing since Malachor went down. It was compressing faster now. In the capital's residential districts, the power failure in the palace's northern wing was not the only infrastructure event occurring at 0417, though it was among the largest. Across the city, the accumulated hours of systems running at extended capacity in atmospheric conditions they had not been rated for were producing a cascade of smaller failures. Not coordinated, not catastrophic in isolation, each one a local event that the responsible infrastructure team would normally have resolved within hours. The water pressure in the upper districts had been declining since the previous evening as the pumping stations that served them ran their motors at elevated current draw to compensate for reduced atmospheric pressure in the fluid dynamics, and 3 pumping stations had shut down on protective thermal cutouts since midnight. The transit tunnels remained sealed and dark. The emergency broadcast system continued running on its independent power and its independent atmospheric control, which meant that the countdown timer on every connected screen continued its arithmetic in environments that were otherwise losing their reliable power and their reliable air simultaneously. The timer continued. Everything else was trending toward a kind of quiet that had nothing to do with silence. Vasher stood at the tactical table in the dimmed war chamber and listened to the air. He had developed this habit over the past several hours, not metaphorically, but literally, the act of listening to the sound that the air in the room was carrying, because the sound the air carried was information about its condition. Full atmospheric pressure carried sound at a known quality. Reduced pressure carried sound differently. The room had been going quieter for days in a way that had nothing to do with the volume of conversation in it. The voices of the people around him had been acquiring a slightly muffled, slightly flattened quality. Not louder or softer, but less present, less resonant, as though they were being transmitted through a medium that was offering progressively less support for the transmission. The ventilation's absence made the muffled quality more pronounced. Without the circulation, the air was not moving through the room. Still air at low pressure carried sound differently than moving air at low pressure. Less resonance, less depth, less of the quality that made a sound feel as though it originated in a real space rather than in a recording of a real space. The generals at the table were barely speaking now, which reduced the available sample, but the ambient sounds of the room, the displays, the equipment, a general shifting in a chair, the sound of boots on the floor, had the specific acoustic quality of sounds in a place where the medium was not what it had been. The change had been building for days. It had been the first evidence of what the extraction was doing, arriving before the medical effects, before the behavioral changes, before the falls and the sentence fragments, and the hands flat on tables. The air had started going quiet before the people in it had started going down. Vasher had been aware of it since the second day and had not mentioned it because mentioning it served no operational purpose, and operational purpose was the only criterion he was applying to information at this point. Sound needed air. The air was leaving. Every hour there was less of it, and every hour the room was slightly quieter, and the quietness was the operation made audible, the physical evidence of what 14 platforms in orbit were doing to the planet below them, expressed as the muffled, deadened, near silence of a room that was running out of the medium that sound required. He did not need to articulate the relationship to understand it. He had been living inside it for 3 days. He looked at the countdown timer on the nearest display. He looked at the atmospheric pressure reading on the same display. He ran the arithmetic he had been running every 20 minutes for the last several hours, and arrived at the same result he had been arriving at, now with a smaller number in it, now with less margin between the result and the present moment. The margin had been hours, then it had been an hour. Now it was a number that could reasonably be described as less than an hour. He turned to look at Thorne, who was still at the wall, still breathing in his measured way, watching the war chamber with the patient attention of a man who had understood the shape of the situation from the beginning and was watching it resolve into the specific form he had been waiting for. Vasher looked at the two Praetorian guards on Thorne's detail. They had been seated against the wall for the last 3 hours. One of them had his head back against the stone, eyes open, chest moving in the rapid, shallow pattern of someone whose respiratory system was working at its maximum voluntary capacity to extract sufficient oxygen from insufficient air. The other was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees and his hands clasped, a posture that looked like rest but was the specific posture of a person whose body was directing all available resources toward the task of remaining upright and conscious, and was not currently allocating anything to appearance management. They were still armed. The weapons were on their belts. Neither of them had their hands on the weapons, because drawing a weapon required a decision, and a decision required cognitive resources, and cognitive resources were expensive at 45% of standard atmospheric pressure. They were still present. They were not fully present. Vasher did the calculation he had been working toward for hours. The calculation was not complex. It involved the number of Praetorian guards currently operational in the immediate area, their observed cognitive and physical state, the location of the extraction coordinates, specified in the human transmission, the atmospheric conditions in the corridor between here and those coordinates, and the number of minutes remaining in which the people involved in the calculation would be capable of performing the physical and logistical tasks the calculation required. The number was small. He needed it to be enough. He looked at Thorne and found Thorne still looking back at him, and thought about the thing the briefing documents had said about Thorne. Slow to trust and slower to speak. A man who treated silence as a tool. A man who had spent 2 days managing his oxygen consumption with the professional discipline of someone who had known, from the first moment, that the situation would eventually require him to have resources that the people holding him did not. He thought about what it meant that Thorne was still looking at him with the specific, quiet attention of a man who had been waiting for this exact moment and who had understood, perhaps better than Vasher himself had understood until recently, exactly what the moment would require. He thought about what it meant that Thorne had been looking at him since the Emperor went down. Not at the guards, not at the exits. At him, specifically, which was the look of a man who had identified the person in the room whose decision would matter and had been watching that person with the focused attention of someone waiting for a decision to be made. Vasher looked back. He held the look for 2 seconds, which was the amount of time it took to confirm that the understanding was mutual. Then he looked away because he needed to think, and thinking required oxygen, and oxygen was the one resource in this room that was not available in unlimited quantities. He breathed carefully. The next breath, and the breath after it, allocated with the precision of a man who understood that the next several minutes would be the most consequential of his career, and possibly the last in which he would be capable of making the decision those minutes called for. He had made harder decisions in worse conditions. He had never made one that mattered more. Outside, in the capital that was learning the specific silence of a city running out of the medium that carried sound, the timer counted toward a number that was no longer abstract. The clock had been ticking since the first day. It was almost done. Chapter 15. The Escalation. Breaking Point. The power failure in the palace's northern wing had reached the inner sanctum supplemental oxygen system at 0451, which was the moment the sealed room stopped being sealed in any meaningful sense and became simply a room that was slightly warmer than the corridors outside it. By 0510, Malachor was back in the war chamber. Not by choice. not his choice. The guards who had carried him to the inner sanctum had carried him back when the oxygen system failed, because the alternative was leaving the Emperor alone in a dark, airless room, and the training that governed what Praetorians did with emperors had a clear directive on that question. They had brought him back to the war chamber because the war chamber had the communications equipment and the displays and the chain of command infrastructure that an emperor's presence required, even an emperor who was on the floor. He was on the floor. The same floor he had gone down on hours ago, in approximately the same position, with the same wall at his back and the same armor adding its weight to the weight of his own body. The supplemental oxygen had helped him for the hours it was available. It had not helped him enough to sustain the recovery when it was removed. He was breathing in the specific, effortful way of a man whose body was performing a task that was becoming steadily less sustainable. Each breath a negotiation, each exhale a brief acknowledgement that the next breath was going to require the same negotiation again. He was conscious. He could see the war chamber from the floor. He could see the countdown timer on the display directly above him, which was the clearest view of the timer in the room, which was not an arrangement he would have chosen. The number was in single digits. The timer had been showing single digits for 31 minutes. The single digits meant different things to different people in this room depending on what they were prepared to understand, and the Praetorian standing at the war chamber's eastern entrance had been in the process of becoming prepared to understand them for the entire 31 minutes, which was the amount of time it had taken for a calculation that he had been resisting since the second day to complete itself in a way that his resistance no longer had the cognitive resources to prevent. His family was in the residential district. His family was breathing the same air he was breathing, which was to say the air that the single digits on the timer were describing. He had a daughter. She was 9 years old. He could not see her from here, but he had seen her on the emergency broadcast's live feed of the residential districts 2 days ago before the feed stopped updating. A brief shot of a street he recognized, 2 blocks from his family's building. The shot showing people moving in the oxygen-conserving shuffle the Capitol had learned, and he had not been able to identify her in the shot, but he had been looking. He had been in this building for 3 days performing the function his post required, which was to protect the Emperor whose decision had produced the single digits on the timer, and the Emperor whose decision had produced the single digits on the timer was on the floor of the room he was posted in, looking up at the same timer. He looked at the floor. He looked at the timer. He looked at the weapon on his belt. The decision did not arrive as a decision. It arrived the way biological imperatives arrived, not through the deliberative architecture of a mind weighing options, but through a simpler and more ancient system that did not consult the deliberative architecture because the situation had exceeded the range in which deliberation was the relevant process. The selection criteria that had placed him in this post had screened for a great many things across years of rigorous evaluation. They had not screened for this situation because this situation had not been a category that anyone had needed to screen for. It was a category now. He had enough cognition left to know that it was a category now and that he was in it, and that the resources available to resist the category were the same resources that were running the rapid, shallow breathing pattern that his chest had been performing for hours, and those resources were not surplus. His hand moved to the weapon. The motion was not fast. It was deliberate and slow and completely without hesitation, which was its own kind of speed. The Praetorian at the western entrance had been watching him. They had been watching each other, with the peripheral, constant mutual awareness of soldiers trained to maintain situational coverage for the entire 31 minutes. When the first guard's hand moved, the second guard's hand moved at the same moment, because they had been reaching the same calculation at the same rate through the same inputs, and the first guard's movement was not a signal. It was a confirmation. They had not spoken. They had not needed to speak. The 3 centuries of shared institutional language that the guard had developed for exactly the kind of coordination that silence required had built a communication channel between them that operated below speech. and what it had been transmitting for 31 minutes was the specific accumulating weight of a shared understanding, approaching the point of shared action. They crossed the war chamber. No one at the table stopped them. General Hrath looked up, registered the movement, assembled it into a picture with the cognitive resources available to him, and looked back at the table. Admiral Karras did not look up. Vasher, at the far end of the table, watched the crossing with the expression of a man watching something he had been anticipating and had no role in and was not going to intervene in, because intervening was not what this moment required from him. They stopped at the Emperor. Malachor looked up at them from the floor. He read them the way he read everything, slower than he had 3 days ago, with more effort and less certainty, but with the pattern-matching cognition of a man who had spent 23 years reading rooms and had not lost that capacity entirely even at this level of impairment. He read them, and he understood what he had read, and the understanding arrived complete, and without any of the qualifications that a more functional mind might have added to soften it. The first Praetorian drew his weapon. He drew it without a sound. No order, no challenge, no announcement of what the gesture meant. The weapon came out of its holster, and it was present in the war chamber in the specific way that weapons were present when they had been removed from holsters in rooms where they were supposed to remain holstered, which was a way that changed the character of the room completely and immediately, and did not require explanation. The second Praetorian drew his. The war chamber was very quiet. The atmospheric pressure meant that sounds were flatter, less resonant, less capable of carrying the weight that sounds in full atmosphere carried. Even so, the silence of the room was not the silence of inattention. It was the silence of attention, of every person in the room processing an event that none of them had a precedent for, and all of them understood completely. Malachor looked at the weapons. He looked at the faces above them. Faces he knew, people he had reviewed and approved and whose records he had read, people who were doing something that 3 centuries of institutional history said they would not do, doing it quietly, doing it without a word, doing it in the specific way of people who had decided and were now only executing and were not going to be talked out of the execution. He looked at the timer. The number it showed was a number that, if he spent the resources available to him on resistance to this moment, he would not be able to manage whatever came after it. The calculation was simple. The calculation was the simplest thing he had been asked to process in 23 years of governance. He closed his eyes. It was not surrender in the sense that the word had applied to any of the entities the Empire had absorbed or ended across his reign. It was the specific recognition of a man who had governed long enough to understand the anatomy of an irreversible moment, what it looked like, what it felt like, what it cost to resist it and what it cost to accept it, and who was, at this atmospheric pressure, with the cognitive resources available to him, capable of understanding that the expenditure of those resources on resistance was an expenditure that would not change the moment. The moment was going to happen. The only variable he still controlled was what he looked like while it did. He opened his eyes and he looked at Vasher, and Vasher looked back, and something passed between them in that exchange that was the senior officer and the Emperor negotiating a handoff in the only language available to them, which was silence, and the negotiation was brief because there was not much to negotiate. Vasher inclined his head. The Emperor closed his eyes again. The Praetorians went to Thorne. Thorne was already on his feet. He had been on his feet since the guards crossed the war chamber because he had been watching the crossing with the patient, forward modeling attention of a man who had understood the shape of this moment from the first day. He had been sitting with his back against the wall in the measured posture of someone who had been managing a resource carefully for 72 hours, and when the moment arrived, he was ready for it in the specific sense of having the physical and cognitive reserves that readiness required. He did not speak. He had no words that the situation needed. He had understood in the cell, and in the war chamber, and in every hour of the 3 days, that the moment would be what it was regardless of what he said, and that the most useful thing he could do when it arrived was to be present for it and capable for it, and to not add noise to a situation that was already managing a great deal of signal. They took his arms, one on each side, with the same grip that had moved him from the neutral zone to the dropship 3 days ago. The grip of professional purpose rather than cruelty. The grip of people executing a function. This time the direction was different. This time the grip was pulling him towards something, rather than away from it, and his feet moved with it, because the direction was the right direction, and fighting the grip would have been the wrong expenditure of a resource he had spent 72 hours conserving for exactly this. They moved fast, too fast for the air, in the sense that the pace was above what the oxygen budget of the corridor recommended, and they spent the difference because the difference was what the situation required. The war chamber door, the corridor, the emergency lit gray of the palace's failing infrastructure around them, contracting in the cold, silent in the way of a building that had lost too many of its systems to produce the sounds a building was supposed to produce. Thorne did not resist. He also did not walk. He was moved, the guard's grip and pace determining his movement rather than his own volition. And the distinction mattered in the specific sense that the Bible of this operation had specified it should matter, which was the sense that said the credit for this outcome belonged to the people who had made it impossible to do otherwise. The capital's streets received them in the gray pre-dawn silence. The city was quieter than a city of 9 million people had any right to be, which was the silence of a population that had learned across 3 days what sound cost and had reduced their expenditure to the minimum the situation required. A few people were in the streets. They watched the small, fast group cross toward the government plaza with the flat, conserving attention of people who had suspended strong reactions because strong reactions were expensive. The plaza was empty. The dropship was on its pad. The running lights were on in the specific, patient way of systems that had been waiting without any of the uncertainty that waiting produced in biological systems, because the systems had no uncertainty to produce. The ship had been there since the transmission. It would be there when they arrived, because the people who had put it there had said it would be there. They dragged Thorne across the plaza at pace and put him at the dropship's entry point, and the entry point opened, and they put him through it. The entry sealed behind him. The 2 Praetorians stood at the edge of the landing pad in the thin, cold air of the capital's pre-dawn, breathing in the rapid, shallow pattern of bodies that had spent everything the operation required and had arrived at the moment after the spending with nothing left to spend. They stood and they breathed and they looked at the sealed dropship and they waited. The drive ignited. The sound was flat and muffled, thin air carrying thin sound. The acoustic signature of a city that had given up a portion of the medium that sound required. The plume lit the plaza briefly in a hard, brilliant light that made the gray pre-dawn look even grayer by contrast, and then the ship was rising and the light was climbing with it, and the plaza was dark again, and the city was quiet again, and the 2 Praetorians were standing at the pad's edge, looking up at a disappearing drive signature in a sky that held 14 cold blue lights in their fixed geometric ring. The air was still thin. The timer was still counting. The dropship was above the city now, above the clouds, climbing through the upper atmospheric layers where the extraction had been deepest and the thinning was most pronounced, climbing toward the orbital geometry where the harvest fleet had been waiting since the first day. The Praetorians could not see the dropship anymore. They stood at the edge of the empty pad and breathed and waited, and did not know whether the people in orbit were exactly who they had demonstrated themselves to be, or whether the demonstration had been a demonstration of something else, and would know the answer only when the answer arrived. And the answer had not yet arrived, and the city around them was still dying one breath at a time, and the only thing between the city and what the timer was counting toward was a sealed ship somewhere above the clouds, and the question of whether the people who had stolen the sky meant what they had said about giving it back. The timer kept its count. The spheres kept their light. The answer was on its way up. Chapter 16. The Capitulation. The dropship docked at 0614. Reyes was at the primary display when it happened, which was where she had been for the last 23 hours with brief intervals for the biological functions that the hours required. She had been watching the extraction telemetry, which had continued its accumulation without pause through the barrage and through the counterattack and through the atmospheric infrastructure failures and through the steady accelerating compression of the timer. The telemetry was the operation. The operation was the telemetry. She had been watching the number that described what the planet below had and what it had left, and the number had been declining in the specific self-feeding way of exponential curves past their threshold, and she had been watching it decline with the patient, professional attention of someone waiting for a separate event that would cause her to stop watching it. The separate event was the docking confirmation from the dropship bay. She did not look up from the primary display when the confirmation arrived. She waited 4 seconds, the time it took the medical team's initial assessment protocol to complete its first pass and transmit its preliminary findings, and then she looked at the medical feed. The medical team had been in the dropship bay since 0300. They had been there for 3 hours and 14 minutes, sitting in a pressurized bay with good air and full lighting, and every piece of equipment they would need already unpacked and staged in the sequence the assessment protocol required, waiting with the specific, unhurried readiness of people whose entire contribution to this operation was going to happen in the next 90 seconds, and who had been prepared for those 90 seconds for considerably longer than 3 hours. The bay smelled of antiseptic and sealed metal and the specific neutral quality of recirculated air that had not been exposed to the atmospheric decline happening on the planet below. The medical officer had been in contact with the atmospheric monitoring feed for the entire wait, not because she needed the information for her immediate function, which was the assessment, but because she had been watching the same curve everyone else had been watching, and watching it from a pressurized bay with good air had the specific quality of watching it from a position of exemption that required a kind of attention she had not fully anticipated when she accepted the assignment. She was ready. Her team was ready. The moment the dropship sealed its docking connection, they were through the access hatch in the organized, low-ceremony way of a team that had run this sequence enough times that efficiency had replaced drama entirely. Thorne was on the assessment platform in 40 seconds. The assessment took 90 seconds. Reyes watched the vital signs feed as the numbers populated: heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation, the metabolic indicators that the medical assessment protocol captured in the first pass and transmitted immediately to the command deck because the command deck needed the information, and the medical team understood that their first obligation in this sequence was not to Thorne's comfort, but to confirming his status. He was alive. His blood oxygen saturation was low, consistent with 72 hours of exposure to declining atmospheric pressure. But his heart was compensating and his cognition was present and his vitals were trending in the direction that indicated a person who had managed a difficult physiological situation with competence and who would recover fully given time and standard treatment. The bruising from the captivity was documented. The overall assessment was alive, conscious, stable, recovering. The medical officer's voice came through the command deck channel with the flat, information-dense delivery of a professional transmitting data rather than a person sharing news. Asset secured, Commander. His heart is beating. Reyes looked at the vital signs feed for 2 more seconds. Heart rate, blood oxygen. The numbers that described a man who had spent 72 hours waiting for the operation to produce the moment it had always been building toward, and who had arrived at that moment with enough reserve to walk, or be walked, through it. She looked at the extraction telemetry, the yield figures, the containment sphere fill percentages, which had been holding steady at maximum capacity since the barrage had ended, and the extraction rate had plateaued at the upper limit of what the manifolds could process and store simultaneously. The atmospheric pressure on the planet's surface, which was at a number that the population below was experiencing as the specific, urgent inadequacy of a medium that was not providing what the bodies depending on it required. She looked at it all for exactly as long as she needed to. "Understood," she said. "Reverse the manifolds. Let them breathe." The command went out to all 14 vessels in the same instant. The fleet's synchronization network distributing it at the same speed it had distributed the original activation authorization 72 hours ago, which was faster than any individual vessel could have received and processed a separate instruction. The fleet that had been built for this operation had been built to act as one thing, and it acted as one thing now. The manifolds reversed. The reversal was not the same kind of event as the activation had been. The activation had been a beginning, a transition from static to dynamic, from waiting to operating, from potential to kinetic. The reversal was its own kind of event, which was the end of a thing that had been happening for 72 hours, and the beginning of the return of what the thing had taken. The containment sphere's cryogenic systems began their depressurization sequence. The supercooled liquid atmosphere inside each sphere, nitrogen and oxygen compressed past their natural states, held at temperatures that kept them stable and dense and transportable, began the process of returning to the gaseous state that was its natural condition, and as it returned to that state it expanded, and as it expanded the containment architecture channeled the expansion back toward the gravity well of the planet it had come from. And the gravity well of a planet that had less atmosphere than it was supposed to have did what gravity wells did when matter was available to fall into them. It pulled. The reversal was not gentle. The engineering team had modeled the return process with the same thoroughness they had applied to the extraction process, and the models had been clear. Returning a compressed atmosphere to a planetary gravity well at the rate required by the timeline was not a process that could be made to feel comfortable from the surface. The depressurization would produce a pressure event. The pressure event would propagate through the upper atmospheric layers as a shockwave, the kind of event that the planet's weather systems would respond to as they responded to any large-scale pressure disruption, with violent, chaotic atmospheric reorganization before the system settled into a new equilibrium. On the planet's surface, the people who were still outside when the reversal began felt it first as sound. Not the muffled, thin sound that the extraction had produced, not the flat, quality-reduced acoustic signature of an atmosphere running short on the medium it needed to carry vibration. The sound that arrived was the opposite of that. It was the sound of air coming back at volume, the pressure wave of the returning atmosphere hitting the surface layers with the force of matter that had been moving very fast through a gravity well and had arrived. The sound was enormous. It was the sound that weather made when weather was very large, the kind of sound that bypassed the conscious auditory processing and went directly to the body's assessment of its own proximity to an overwhelming physical event. Then the air changed. The change was not subtle. It was not the gradual, incremental improvement of a pressure system slowly equalizing. It arrived as a wall, a physical event that the people in the capital's streets experienced first as sound, then as wind, then as the specific and unmistakable sensation of breath working the way breath was supposed to work, which was a sensation that 72 hours of its opposite had made so unfamiliar that the familiarity arriving felt like something new. It was too much after too little. The bodies that received it responded with the unconditioned physiological reflex of systems whose deficit had just been corrected faster than the body's compensation mechanisms could adjust to the correction. Lungs that had been working at maximum voluntary capacity, suddenly operating in an environment with more than they needed. The gasping, involuntary overcorrection of a body resetting from emergency mode to standard mode without a graceful transition. The discomfort was real. The tears on many faces in those first minutes were not voluntary either, which was a different category of reflex from what the tears of the previous 3 days had been. People breathed. The breathing worked. The distinction between the discomfort of excess and the discomfort of absence was not abstract. It was the specific physical difference between a body managing a crisis and a body ending one. and the body knew the difference before the mind did, and the knowing arrived with a force that the preceding 72 hours had built up and compressed, and that released now with everything that the compression had stored in it. The capital breathed. It had not breathed fully in 3 days. The sound it made doing it was not a small sound. In the war chamber, the air changed. Malachor on the floor felt it in the first breath that was different from the previous breath, and the difference was so complete and so immediate that it registered not as a thought, but as a physical event. The lurch of a body receiving what it had been demanding and not receiving, now receiving it all at once. The involuntary gasp of lungs that had been working for 72 hours and had just been told they could stop working so hard. He breathed. He breathed again and again, and each breath was more than the last one had given him, and his body processed the surplus with the specific internal urgency of a system replenishing depleted reserves. He was still on the floor. He did not try to get up. He lay on the floor of the war chamber that held the accumulated weight of 3 days of a situation he had not believed was possible, and breathed the air that had been taken and returned, and breathed it again. On the command deck, Reyes watched the atmospheric pressure reading on the planetary feed begin its reversal. The line that had been declining for 72 hours reached its lowest point, and held for approximately 8 seconds, while the reversal event propagated through the upper layers, and then the line began to climb. Not smoothly, not in the clean, predictable ascent that a theoretical model would have produced. The actual reversal was chaotic, with the line spiking and dropping in the pattern of a weather system, reorganizing itself under conditions it had not encountered before. But the trend was upward. The trend was unambiguous. The planet was getting its air back. Reyes watched the trend for 90 seconds, the amount of time that the operational planning protocol specified for confirming that the reversal was proceeding at expected parameters. And when the 90 seconds had confirmed what the first 8 seconds had already indicated, she gave the fleet its final order. The synchronization command went out. 14 Aeros-Class vessels executed their FTL jump sequences simultaneously, in the same moment, with the same fleet-wide coordination that had characterized every action the operation had required. The orbital space above Aethelgard had held 14 contacts for 72 hours, and then it held 0, with the clean, complete absence of something that had been present long enough to become part of the visual landscape of the capital's sky, and was now simply not there. No announcement, no transmission, no final communication to the planet below, or to the blockade fleet in the outer system, or to Admiral Dren, who had been watching his sensor display for 3 days, and would now watch it show 14 contacts transitioning to FTL in simultaneous synchrony, which was an event that had no precedent in his operational experience, and which his logs would record as Harvest Fleet Departed System. No further contact. The containment spheres were empty. They had been emptied into the gravity well. What they had held for 72 hours was back in the atmosphere of the planet it had come from, reorganizing itself through the violent, chaotic process of a weather system restoring equilibrium after an event it had no prior experience managing. The debris field from the Imperial barrage continued its slow, aimless orbit. Kinetic rounds and fragmented missile casings did not have drive systems. They would remain until orbital mechanics brought them down or until someone cleared them. And clearing orbital debris was a problem that belonged to the entity that owned the orbit. The Empire owned the orbit. The Empire had not, despite 3 days of attempting to fire on the Harvest fleet, managed to hit anything with the debris field's constituent parts, while those parts were still projectiles. They were considerably less useful as debris. In the dropship bay, Thorne was sitting up on the assessment platform with an oxygen supplementation mask over his face and the medical officer at his side reviewing the vital signs feed with the specific, focused attention of a professional whose patient had just been handed an unusual case history. Thorne was breathing carefully, still the measured, deliberate pattern he had developed in the cell. Still, the oxygen-conserving habit that 72 hours of necessity had built into the automatic layer of his behavior. He would not stop breathing that way for several days, the medical officer would later note in the treatment record. The body held on to what it had learned when learning had been a survival requirement. He was alive. His heart was beating. The bruising on his face and hands would resolve in 10 to 14 days. The blood oxygen saturation would normalize within hours. The measured, deliberate breathing pattern he had developed in the cell, the oxygen-conserving habit that 72 hours of necessity had built into the automatic layer of his behavior, would take several days longer to release, the medical officer would note in the treatment record, because the body held on to adaptations it had learned under survival conditions until it was sufficiently confident that the survival conditions had ended. The assessment platform's readouts confirmed everything the preliminary transmission had indicated, and the medical officer confirmed the confirmation to the command deck in the standard protocol format, and the command deck logged the confirmation in the operational record, and the operational record was now a document with a beginning and a middle and an end, and the end was: assets secured, vitals stable, manifolds reversed, fleet in transit. The terrifying part, someone would write later. Not Reyes, not anyone on the command deck, but someone who had been watching the orbital feeds and the atmospheric data and the vital signs transmission and had been given the time and the distance to process what they had seen. The terrifying part wasn't how easily we stole their sky. It was how casually we gave it back, knowing we could take it again whenever we wanted. Chapter 17. A New Era of Leverage. The auroras came first. They arrived before the hurricanes, before the pressure shock waves, before the temperature differentials that would drive the capital's weather systems into configurations the Meteorological Service had no pre-existing categories for. They arrived because the returning atmosphere, supercooled liquid nitrogen and oxygen expelled from the containment spheres at the velocities required by the operations timeline, entered the upper atmospheric layers carrying the cryogenic signature of deep space storage, and the collision between that signature and the existing thermal gradient of the upper atmosphere produced light. Not the diffuse, gentle aurora that high-latitude regions of the planet produced on ordinary nights, a phenomenon the capital had never been close enough to witness directly. This was something different in character and scale. It ignited across the entire sky simultaneously, the visual record of a planet's atmosphere being returned to it in a single massive event. The light of compression and decompression and the chemistry of returned matter meeting existing matter at speed, rendered as color across the full extent of the visible sky. People in the capital who were still outside when the light began looked up with the involuntary, reflexive attention of living things responding to a sudden change in their visual environment. They were already breathing differently. The air had changed before the light had. The pressure wave arriving at the surface before the optical phenomenon made it to the upper sky. But the light was what the eyes could track, and the eyes tracked it. And the faces of the capital's people in the minutes that followed had the specific expression of people who were experiencing something their cognitive architecture had no filing system for, something that occupied the register above and below conscious interpretation simultaneously, a vastness that the body received before the mind could assess it. The sky was every color it had never been, green in the high registers where the returning oxygen was thickest, blue-white at the edges where the cryogenic temperature differential was most pronounced, the cold of deep space storage colliding with the thermal layer of a planet that had been warming in the absence of its atmospheric insulation, red and violet in the lower bands where the pressure differential was creating the specific ionic interactions that aurora colors required. Colors that the capital's population had seen in recordings and in the photographs of high-latitude surveys and never in person, because the capital sat at a latitude where the standard mechanics of planetary aurora did not reach. These were not the standard mechanics of planetary aurora. The 11 minutes lasted in the specific way that overwhelming sensory events lasted, longer in experience than in clock time, the cognitive architecture that managed temporal perception overwhelmed by the volume of input and defaulting to a different relationship with duration. People who were interviewed afterward consistently reported the aurora as lasting longer than 11 minutes. The 11 minutes that the monitoring systems recorded was the 11 minutes that the instruments had measured. The 11 minutes that the capital's population experienced was something else, which was the 11 minutes of a world receiving something back and registering the receipt at every level available to the organisms living in it. It lasted 11 minutes. In those 11 minutes, while the auroras burned overhead and the air pressure climbed in its chaotic, spiking pattern toward something that would eventually resolve into the equilibrium the planet's atmosphere had maintained for its entire geological history before 3 days ago, the Harvest Fleet completed its FTL transition sequence. The last of the 14 Aeros-Class vessels entered transit simultaneously, which was the operational requirement. Synchronized departure, no trailing contacts, nothing left in the orbital space above the capital that could be observed or documented from the surface. The vessels did not go to the same destination. They dispersed on individual recovery headings into the void, each one carrying its empty containment spheres and its full operational logs and the manifold specifications that had just demonstrated their capabilities at full planetary scale, and none of them broadcast anything on any frequency as they went. They vanished. The auroras were still burning when the first hurricane arrived. It did not arrive from any direction in the way that weather arrived from directions. It assembled. The returning atmosphere, hitting the surface layers from above, displaced the existing low-pressure zones that the extraction had created across the capital's region, and the displacement produced the pressure differentials that pressure differentials always produced, which were winds, and the winds organized themselves in the way that winds organized themselves at scale, which was in rotation. And the rotation was fast because the energy available to drive it was the energy of a planetary-scale atmospheric event, releasing across a geography of cities and plains and coastlines that had not been designed to absorb it. The capital's emergency systems, which had been running on reduced power and reduced atmospheric pressure for 3 days and which had been monitoring the pressure readings with the sustained, futile attention of systems watching a curve they could not affect, registered the pressure increase and began their alerts. The alerts were designed for pressure drops. The alerts were also by the architecture of systems built around the general principle that pressure changes were emergencies, triggered by pressure increases beyond their rated parameters. The capital's emergency alert system began broadcasting a different kind of emergency than the one it had been documenting for 3 days, and the population, breathing freely for the first time in 72 hours, heard the alerts and looked at the auroras and looked at the first hurricane's cloud wall assembling on the horizon, and understood, with the particular clarity of people who had just been given back a thing they had not expected to get back, that the return of the thing came with consequences attached. The consequences were not comfortable. They were survivable. This distinction was the distinction that mattered, and every person in the capital understood it without being told, because they had spent 3 days in the specific, experiential education of the alternative. Malachor was helped to a window by the time the first hurricane reached the city's outer districts. He had been found by the palace medical staff on the war chamber floor at 0631, after the reversal, after the air had changed, after the first involuntary breaths of adequate oxygen had begun the process of restoring the cognitive function that the preceding hours had eroded, and had been assessed and stabilized and helped to a window because he had asked to be helped to a window, and the medical staff, who had their own relationship to the preceding 3 days, had not found a reason to refuse him. He stood at the window and looked at the hurricane on the horizon, and the auroras still fading in the sky above it, and the debris field, the Empire's own spent ordnance, the record of its best kinetic capability applied to a problem it could not solve, catching the aurora light in its slow, aimless orbit above his capital. The window glass vibrated in the leading edge of the pressure wave that the returning atmosphere was pushing ahead of it. The palace's reinforced structure transmitting the force of the event as a felt vibration rather than an acoustic one, the specific tremor of large physical forces being absorbed by mass. His breath fogged the glass. He watched it fog and clear and fog again in the rhythm of his breathing, which was full and sufficient in a way that it had not been for 3 days. He had been breathing for 54 years, had been breathing since before he could form a memory of breathing, had never once in 54 years been required to think about it, or manage it, or ration it, or negotiate with the medium that provided it. And 3 days had changed the relationship between himself and the automatic process of breathing in a way that he did not expect would fully resolve. The sufficiency of the air was the most prominent fact in his experience in those minutes. Not the hurricane building on the horizon, not the debris field the aurora was illuminating, not the weight of the armor or the specific education of the 3 days or the Praetorians who had drawn their weapons on him, or the image of Thorne that had played on every screen in his empire. The air going in and coming out and doing what it was supposed to do was the fact that everything else was arranged around. He stood at the window for a long time. In the outer system, Admiral Dren had watched the Harvest Fleet's departure on his sensor display with the expression he had worn since the second day of the operation, which was the expression of a man whose professional framework was encountering a situation it had not been built to classify and who had decided some time ago that the only available response was to document what he observed with precision and submit the documentation up the chain and let the chain apply whatever framework it had available. He had watched the human fleet appear in low orbit. He had watched the barrage fail. He had watched the interceptors fall. He had watched the atmospheric readings decline and the containment spheres glow and the countdown timer run. He had watched the fleet jump out with the same synchronized precision with which it had arrived, leaving nothing behind except the debris field and the recovering planet and the specific documented record of what had occurred. He submitted his operational report to Imperial Fleet Command at 0942. The report was thorough. It documented everything he had observed in chronological sequence with the full technical data available to his sensor platform, and it concluded with an assessment section that his officers had debated and that he had written himself, because some assessments required the judgment of a person who had been present and he had been present. The assessment section was 4 sentences long. The first sentence described the human fleet's operational methodology. The second described the Imperial fleet's inability to engage it. The third described the outcome. The fourth said, recommend urgent review of existing doctrinal frameworks for engagement with asymmetrical environmental warfare. The fourth sentence was the sentence he had debated longest because it was the sentence that most directly said what the operation had demonstrated. And what the operation had demonstrated was something that he had spent 23 years of professional life not needing to confront. He submitted the report and did not wait for a response and began the fleet's repositioning for the return to standard patrol configuration, because the blockade was no longer applicable, and the standard patrol configuration was what existed on the other side of a blockade, and moving the fleet was something concrete that he could do with the tools available to him. The planet behind him turned in its orbit. Its weather systems were reorganizing in patterns that the atmospheric modeling database described when Dren's science officer ran the query as unprecedented. The aurora was gone. The first hurricane had passed through the capital's outer districts, and the second was forming behind it, and the third after that, each one the product of the returning atmosphere's energy distribution working through the planet's geography in the way that large amounts of atmospheric energy worked through geography, which was with force and without consideration for what existed in its path. The planet was relearning its own weather. It would take time. The process would not be comfortable. The infrastructure that had been damaged in the 3 days of atmospheric decline would not be repaired quickly. The people who had died, in the interceptor squadrons, in the medical wards, in the streets where bodies had been found, in the oxygen-conserving stillness of people who had run out of the reserve they were conserving, would not return. The political landscape of the known galaxy was going to require substantial revision, beginning with the specific clause of every treaty that addressed the appropriate use of environmental intervention as a diplomatic tool, which had previously been a theoretical category and was now an empirical one with a detailed operational record attached. The galactic community would have opinions. The opinions would be expressed in many venues over a long period of time. The Empire would be a participant in some of those discussions and a subject of others, and the distinction between being a participant and being a subject was a distinction that the Empire had not previously needed to manage. It would need to manage it now. In the capital, as the third hurricane's leading edge arrived and the pressure in the streets climbed through standard in its chaotic, overshooting way, past the threshold where the body stopped compensating and started simply being sufficient, past the point where breathing required effort, into the territory of sufficiency that the capital's population had not inhabited for 3 days, and that they now inhabited in the specific way of people who understood, for the first time and in the most direct way available, that the territory could be left. Malachor turned from the window. He was still in his armor. No one had asked him to remove it, and he had not asked for help removing it. The armor was heavy in the way it had been heavy since the second day, which was a different kind of heavy than it had been for 23 years before that. He walked from the window to the chair that had been brought for him, and he sat in it, and he sat with the weight of the armor, and the weight of the 3 days, and the weight of the specific education that the 3 days had provided. He had been the most powerful man in the known galaxy. He had an armada. He had Praetorians. He had 3 centuries of institutional history that said what his power was, and how it operated and what it could and could not be made to do. He had met an adversary who had not engaged any of those instruments and had rendered all of them irrelevant by the simple engineering act of removing the thing they all depended on. He sat with this. The hurricane was loud against the palace windows. The reinforced glass held. The air inside was full and sufficient. His breath did not fog the glass from where he was sitting. Somewhere beyond the atmospheric chaos of a planet reorganizing itself around the return of what had been taken, in the direction of deep space and the transit corridors that led back to the human sphere and the Oort Cloud installation that did not appear on any public registry, the Harvest Fleet was in transit with its empty containment spheres and its complete operational logs and its manifold specifications that had just been demonstrated to function exactly as designed at full planetary scale. It would return to wherever it had come from. It would be ready when it was needed again. That was the fact that sat in the room with Malachor after everything else had been said and done and documented and survived. Not the hurricane. Not the debris field. Not the Praetorians who had drawn their weapons on him on the floor of his own war chamber. Not the image of Thorne on every screen in his empire, waiting. The fact was, they could do this again. The fact was that the operation had worked, and the fleet was intact, and the technology had performed, and none of it had required a single conventional weapons discharge, and none of it had been burned or destroyed or used up in a way that made the next use harder than this one. The fact was that the people who had done this had given the air back. They had given it back immediately, without negotiation, without additional demands, without any communication at all, except the reversal of the manifolds at the moment the condition was met. They had given it back because they did not need to keep it. They did not need to keep it because the keeping was not the point. The point was what his empire knew now, sitting in the full and sufficient air of a capital, reorganizing itself around the return of what had been taken, with the hurricane against the windows, and the debris field in the sky, and the weight of the armor on his shoulders. We didn't break their fleet or burn their cities. We just reminded them that every breath they take is by our permission,